I see. You're very quiet, actually. Alrighty. I have no idea how my audio is. It's probably garbage.
Huh?
Oh, oh, the echo. The echo. Hello.
Oh no.
Hello.
Something.
Right. Look at that. We are equals in this.
Unmute myself.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be like this, and I have to say, sounds great.
No, I went the other direction with things.
Yeah, you were quiet this time, you bastard. All right, Spooky DM, you tell the woodland creatures our story. That is the meme I posted last time, so there you go.
What woodland creatures am I telling a story to?
Apparently, woodland creatures.
Okay, all right.
If you look at the memes.
Oh, gotcha. I see
Yeah,
what you mean.
there you go.
Josh, my friend and far more educated brother. I see you there. He's hiding from me while he makes his coffee.
Exactly. Will Brian show up with a second character? Oh, poor Brian. Our special guest, and we murdered him. Nope.
Hello, hello.
Hello. I'm gonna get your eye, Gabby, one day.
Okay.
Won't be this day, but one day.
If you say so.
I don't remember if you cease to exist without your eye or not. I just remember you put a dragon in there. And that's gonna cause problems.
I mean, it's causing problems for literally everyone.
Yep.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
There you are.
You get to go down to 30.
This is gonna be
I
interesting.
need to make a meme that's like the handshake meme where it's like two people shaking hands and it's just like Gabby and Soren and like it just says getting possessed by eldritch abominations and almost murdering the entire party.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I chose
By choice.
Yeah.
No, to be fair, we did
We are
both
not
choose
this
ours.
thing.
I chose my fate. You and your creepy little shit can stay away from my aim to have new soul. All right, I know what I
You
was
see,
getting myself into
you
until
see,
it lied
I
to
chose
me.
Mike too.
Yours is all
But
like,
we're the
oh,
same. No, we're the same in that we chose it at the time, realized how horrible it was after it occurred, and then didn't want it anymore.
that's not true. That's
It's entirely
impossible.
true. And
Oh no, but search your feelings, Candy. You know it to be true.
Oh, Josh. At
Yeah.
some point, I don't know when, because, you know, life is hell for both of us at the moment. But at some point, I need to sit down with you and have you teach me. Because I imagine you have probably done a fair bit more research on mic settings and like quality and stuff like that than I have. I literally just threw a bunch of money at the wall, and I went back through and I was re-listening to some of our streams, and I was like, man, that money did not stick to the wall. Oh no, it is some sick
Oops.
Valorant gameplay. Hold on, let me... So like, I know I have what I need to make high quality, but it is not currently high quality. So I'm
Yeah, I can tell.
I will send you the guy who I listen to for all of my mic settings.
Mhm.
And he makes it super easy to do so like what I have is just like the basic settings. And they're all so like pretty much you can put, I think it's like 4 or 5 I think it's 5. You put 5 basic settings on any mic and it'll make it sound better. And that's like the standard.
Yeah.
But then if you want, like, he also has like deep dive videos of where you can go further into it.
You should do that
So-
now.
You should definitely send that to me. That'd be great. Because yeah, when I was re-listening to it, it sounded like everything was just like muffled and all digitized and everything. I was like, what the fuck is that? Turns out it's because I had my gain too high. So I turned the gain down, and then the gate started acting up. So then I had to change the gate. So now I'm on completely new mic settings, and we're just gonna see how this stream works out. And then, you know, hopefully at some point in my life I can fix things.
Does anybody else hear the clicking underneath him talking?
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Clicking. I don't know
Like,
what the clicking would be.
BRB.
Talk a full sentence again. Let
Oh
me
wait,
let me
it didn't
listen.
even hang up.
Okay, so this is me talking a full sentence. I don't know.
I've been muted, but is anyone typing? That could be it.
No.
Nope.
Well, hold on. I was typing something to you, Chris, so
Just typing and it picked it up.
what if I try talking while typing? Is that the clicking you were hearing?
You should go back and listen to the audio and see if you can hear it, because I definitely
You know,
hear at least something.
if I had...
So I just changed
Hold on.
Do you have your fan running?
You might have to check my.
I do have my fans running.
Okay, that might be it.
That might be it. Okay, so let's turn the fan away. If I go back and start talking a full sentence once again, are we still hearing things in the background? Testing, testing, 1 2, check, 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 1 2 3, testing, 1 2 3.
Yeah, you guys hear that, right? I'm not going crazy about that, right?
It's not coming through on the stream. You sound crystal clear on the stream.
Okay.
Okay.
For anybody interested, Harris Heller, there you go. Yeah, phenomenal YouTuber. I can walk you through some like settings that'll take you like 10 seconds right now.
Yeah.
Then
Do it now.
Put them on put them straight onto your microphone. Like
Okay.
your stream audio should be good, so just put them onto your microphone.
Okay.
You need EQ, noise gate, compressor, and those 3 should be enough to get you started.
I currently have a gate, an equalizer, and a compressor.
Okay.
Oh, apparently it is not coming through on the stream, which is good. And Ruben, Nikki really likes your little character blurbs that you do on Twitter.
Aw, thanks, Nikki. I try. I haven't posted one in a while. I saw this morning, but
Yeah,
I went to get
I also been slacking on the Twitter this week.
It's okay, I have to. It's all
I
been
liked
rough.
on Twitter, but I had a question and I couldn't remember what it was before I posted, so I didn't post anything because it was rather important before I
Fair.
continued on. As soon
Totally
as
fair.
I'll start back up this week, but like as soon as I remember, it was one of those questions that was like, oh god, am I fucking up type of question.
Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat. This week was just not. This was not it. So
Yeah.
I took a. I think everybody took a little bit of a break on everything. This week was not it.
I've been retweeting, but
Yeah.
I haven't posted anything in a while.
Been tweeting, but not tweeting.
Retweeting, sorry.
Make sure none of
I
these are
was gonna
on.
do one this morning. Like I was like on the Twitter. I was like, oh, I haven't posted something in a while. Let
You
me
need
do
to
it.
be
But then
loud.
I went to get my hair cut this morning and then died slightly, but also mainly just my haircut. So I was like sitting in a chair for a while.
Fair. Hold on. Before we do anything else, David, say something at a normal speaking volume.
Alrighty, here we go. And now I'm going to continue on my little adventure.
Okay. Chris, say something at a normal speaking volume.
I'm speaking
Great.
all
James.
of the thoughts.
Huh?
Good. Josh.
Well, hello there.
Okay. Ruben.
Hi.
Okay. And Connor. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Say something, buddy.
Hello.
Oh, yep. You need to be
Testing,
way
testing,
louder.
Testing.
Why are you at
How are you
120 and it
guys?
still wants you to be louder?
Fudge.
Right.
Hold on,
Uh,
let me.
Right there. Hold on. Hold on.
Test my thing.
Try again.
Output. Oh, there we
Nope.
go. That would be why.
Nope.
My.
Yep. Scale that back down now.
Yeah.
You get to go back to being 30% like
Oh.
everyone else.
Sorry.
The rough past 2 weeks. Oh shit.
I think. Actually, you know what?
Oh nope.
Hold on, I'll-
Right back up.
Bleep.
Okay. How is that? How is that now?
Finally finding out the car's tip. Man, that is
That is
that is
unfortunate.
rough. I'm sorry, Nikki. One more time, Connor.
I'm sorry.
Okay, there you go. We're good.
Was I way
So-
too loud?
No,
Nope.
you started out really quiet and then it went really loud and then it went back to quiet, but I think we've gotten the balance all caught up now. I think we're all Gucci.
Yeah, so what happened was I think a while ago we had already determined that I was coming out really loud, so I had lowered my Discord output volume to like
Hmm.
10%, and I basically overcorrected, and then I was always coming out quiet, and then I just put it all the way back to 100, and now I'm turning it slightly back down.
No. You're good now. At least on my end. I don't know how everybody else is, but
Well,
you're
yeah,
good
no,
on my end.
I got really, really loud because
10%
I put
louder
it
than
back to
everyone
over
else.
100%.
Okay, gotcha. But yeah, I think, Josh, that those should be like those settings are already kind of built in with the Go XLR. I just need to, sit around and play with them a bit. Hydroplaning, get oof.
I will confirm your stream audio sounds great. But yeah, your non-stream audio is not as
Ass.
much.
It's ass.
That-
Let's just say it how it is. It's ass.
That might be.
I shouldn't look at the
Okay.
stream. I'm getting spoilers.
Any improvement there?
That's significantly better.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
You get to go back to 30%.
Yeah, it was
Papa had it in
trying
my
to
ear, had it hurt.
fucking. I don't know why, but every now and then Discord just decides not to use my mic setup anymore, and then it just goes to like, default.
Whatever the fuck it wants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I to this day have no idea what default is, because like what else could you be picking up? I have no other audio inputs. Don't.
Mhm.
Are you using a laptop?
No. God no.
I don't know what to tell you then. I give up.
Love your commitment to the cause.
You can tell we are all professionals.
Yeah. The one thing I'm really worried about is I have an incredibly noisy chair and I know it's going to get picked up. So I'm sorry in advance to everyone.
So, fun fact, my kids were like, while I was gone, we're like, Mommy, we want our own room back. And she was like, oof, okay, that's fine. I mean, no big deal. So my desk is in the kitchen again, and like, it's gonna come like probably an hour and a half from now, and there's gonna be 2 little children running around here. So luckily, I have the like background muter and everything like that, and hopefully it works well, because otherwise this is gonna suck.
Hell yeah. All right, I'm still worried about like what we're gonna do when we get wherever we're going, because at this point I don't even know for sure if it's gonna be Japan. But like,
Oh no.
I would like to set up, like, me and Bree have fully planned out. We're gonna have our own gaming room for the two of us. It's gonna be great, and I just know something's gonna happen, because it's getting up. We're getting, Jackson is 5 now. He's up all hours of the night trying to play Xbox or watch YouTube or whatever, and I just know they're gonna start fighting, and we're not gonna have our own room for long. I know it's gonna happen. I'm not ready for it. Well, I think this is all good now. Let's go back over here. Okay, cool. Welcome back, everybody.
Good to be back.
Is it though? Is it really?
Is it
Oh, it's good to be.
Hey, I'm having a great time. I don't know about everybody else.
Grandma!
Well, as of our last meeting, you all had a terrible time. Finally making your way through the crystal mines in Hjord's Quarry, you found Miriam's body, and with the help of Keldor, took the fight to him. Unfortunately, that fight did not go well, as Miriam's body has the capability to petrify, which none of you had the capability to cleanse. So Keldor was unfortunately lost. And towards the end, the fight started to turn in your favor, slowly, painfully. You managed to destroy the body, and while dealing with, some of the stone cursed that were ever so slowly making their way towards you, while also trying to fend off the body of Miriam from reconstructing, Gabby decided to step in and wonder, but what if it was mine? And intentionally or not is up to interpretation, but very much hastened the reanimation process and combined Miriam's soul with her own. At which point, everybody came to the conclusion that, well, probably a good time to get the fuck out of here. And you all beat feet for the entrance.
I'm trying to figure out why. Oh wait, no, I remember why. Because he lied to me.
Said you could keep Jury.
Yeah, and I tried to get hugged, and then he like tried to pull me away. Bitch.
Little bitch boy.
Little bitch. You don't know what you've done to yourself. Bitch.
So, you know, we're gonna have a long conversation about what he gets to do and what he doesn't get to do.
Oh, that should be interesting.
Speaking of conversations,
Mhm.
Damn you, Ruben.
Yeah.
Sorry, catching up on the fucking memes that y'all were sending of the ducks.
oh no, there was no ending to that. Just we need to have conversations.
Well, I guess that kind of begs the question of where? Are you just kind of hanging out at the entrance, like outside of the quarry? Are you hanging out in that safe room that you had established at the beginning?
Oh hell no!
I'm
I hope we
assuming
didn't
we
stop there.
ran completely out of the quarry. I don't know about the rest.
Seems like that would be a safe assumption.
I would agree that's probably best.
So
Let us find a place to sit down, and then I can heal all of you. Ah, get- What in the world was that? What happened there? What?
Well, let's
I
let's
suppose I'll find out in a moment.
yeah no let's get to a place first.
I am sleeping.
You are. Wait, you're.
I take a
No,
step
I'm
out of the
unconscious.
door and I fall
I'm
asleep.
unconscious. I'm out.
Immediately slapping your wounds on that.
Oh no, I'm
No,
alive.
he
I have
just-
health.
He just
I am-
fainted.
Yeah, mentally
Immediately slapping
You're
your
getting-
wounds on that.
You're
That's
getting
fair.
you're getting left the fuck behind if you sleep as soon as we step out
Ayo.
the cave, because I ain't staying near.
I'm
Na-
carrying.
A little,
Yeah,
a little
Nazra
cure.
just goes up and like shakes Atrim a little bit with throwing the cure wounds at him and says, "Get up! We can't stop here. Come on."
James.
Juriel will walk up to Atrim as he's just laying down and will begin to grab the back of his shirt and be like, "Don't worry, I will carry you." And like starting to pick him up and putting him on his shoulder until he like stops and stands for himself.
James, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oh no.
D&D Beyond. I am okay.
Hey.
Yeah. Now you all, on actually, seeing what's going on right now, kind of calls back to memory the fact that Atrim pushed himself a lot farther than you've seen him do in the past, to the point where he was actually reaching into abilities that he should no longer have had access to. And that takes a lot out of the body. So, being a little sleepy's not surprising, but Atrim, for all the hell that you put yourself through, you are a hardy individual. And it doesn't seem like there's going to be any lasting effects.
Heyo.
Great. No. How far do you guys want to run before we sit and stew about what just happened?
Would it be uncouth of us to go back to Keldor's home?
Probably not, considering it's going back to the bank. Anyways.
What is the travel pace again?
Yeah, so I have, up to this point, I have been doing 3 miles per day because of stealth reasons, but if you guys are just looking it, then, the normal 1.5 miles per hour.
Well, I think the last thing we want to do is attract any attention on our way out, right? Or are we just saying fuck it?
No, I think you are correct. I think there is some things we should try and avoid at the moment.
How far into this day are we already before we start moving out, DM?
Oh, you had shown up to the quarry in the evening, so it would be
we
like
didn't get a chance to rest, and we
Yeah,
did
you-
all of that in there.
you took a short rest,
Yeah.
and then you did all of that in there. So it's like butt crack of dawn, early morning.
Oh,
Which, speaking of which, can I get everybody to make a con save for me, please?
yeah. I was gonna say, I was like, oh.
Thanks for that
Shit.
reminder.
Everybody gets a +3.
Oh, I forgot to
Okay,
add mine.
25.
So 10.
Not, I was the worst.
All right.
It's the same as my last Constitution saving roll, by the way. I remember rolling for the petrification.
Yeah.
You tough guy. I don't need this sleep.
Fortunately, the first night is not usually that bad. So everybody's all right. Nazra, with the shift and everything, you're going through a lot. You're trying to process a lot. You're coming into a body that's been used significantly. So
For land development.
you're a little exhausted. So that'd be 1 point of exhaustion for you. Everybody else got Atrum, is that 10 with the 3 or is that 13?
That's without.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
it's 13. So then Nazra is the only one affected.
As her rubbing the back of her head, I think I've been awake for 48 hours. Collapses.
Do we get to the? Oh well, I assume like we.
Yeah,
Do you guys have stuff you want to talk about on the way to the farm, or do you just want to get to the farm and start like resting up and shit first before we?
Well, it's a long trip to the farm. I will probably
it.
have a conversation, yeah.
If you're heading out
Around-
that way, can I get everybody to go ahead and roll stealth checks with advantage?
Oh, yay, a flat roll.
Okay, zombies are not very perceptive.
Oh, so, no, I got an 80.
IR Paladin.
Oh, plus, yeah. So, +3.
Forgot I have 2 bonuses to this.
I don't think the paladin goes into skill checks.
No.
Oh god.
Damn.
Oh
jeez.
god.
Oh shit!
Wow, we got some quiet
Alright,
boys.
guys, where'd
So-
Soren go?
Soren,
So-
Sorry,
The
just
spirit
Out
of
of-
Jurgen just possessed Soren.
you did, honestly.
Somehow, out of, what is that, 5 individuals, there are 6 successes and 1 failure. Math. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of them
Easily
fucking
enough.
completely disappeared from this plane of existence.
Easily enough, you all managed to stay undetected on your trip to the farm. So,
The worst part, the second
Hey.
roll isn't even that bad either.
yeah, I know. So with that, yeah, this will be an uninterrupted trip. Take it away with whatever y'all want to take away.
Nazra along the trip will walk over to V and just kind of she raises her hand like she's going to smack V's face, but then realizes that V doesn't have a face and is wearing a metal helmet or a metal bucket and
It's a helmet now. We finally upgraded.
helmet. Okay. And so she
Fine.
decides to punch him in the shoulder instead as she goes, "What was that for? Why? Why did you try to abandon someone in there? I didn't know he was in there. You told me that they all were out. You told me everyone was out."
No, I said the
Why did you try and? Ah,
I don't trust Jury, that's why. And that moment, he was either going to be joining her or he'd be joining us. So he made his choice.
I don't trust him. Well, how do you think he feels now? Would he trust you now that you've tried
I
to
don't
leave
think
him
he
behind?
feels.
That's hardly a fair comparison, given everything that was going on at the time. I mean, one of the people we've been traveling with had suddenly just. I'm suddenly realizing I'm probably not the most qualified person to speak on this topic.
No reason to just abandon people just because you suspect them.
Jury simply instructed us. It was a very high tense moment. There were a lot of things going on at the time, and a lot of people were shouting a lot of different things. I don't even remember off the top of my head if it was HM or Jury that instructed us all to leave. Maybe it was both of them. Maybe it was neither of them. Whatever happened in the fog of battle back there, I heard what was going. I tried my best. I slung my spells. I barely made it halfway into that cave, into that fight before everything had gone down. I'm sorry. I did as much as I could with what I had before I started slipping out the back of the cave.
Nazra
No
turns
one-
around to Jury and just goes, "Would you have turned against us?"
No one needs to worry about anything. I am very fine, and everyone did a wonderful job staying alive.
Yeah.
um, I understand the sentiment, Lyle, but I did in fact talk to V inside. She was doing exactly as she believed and I told her was right. It is okay.
This is Nazra right now. Unless you were.
I
addressing both of them.
I did
Okay,
specific.
I was
Yeah.
Well,
just
yeah.
checking.
only because Jerry doesn't quite understand yet.
Got it.
Yep.
Got it. Just checking.
Although as you say, Lila, her expression just immediately changes as she very quickly disarmed by a look of a little bit of shock as she takes a step back and glances to everyone with wide eyes. So you've met my sister.
Yeah, you could say that. It's actually very helpful and a very considerate individual. It's actually been a while since we've seen you, Nazra. It's quite nice to see you again. Given everything else aside, you know.
Oh,
Actually, there's quite a
failed to-
bit you probably need to catch up on. Sorry.
I failed to realize that there was another one of you. I do apologize, Nazra, it was.
Yes. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Jury. Right?
Yes,
That's what-
correct. And I will say, although Lyle can be very demanding and rather bitchy at times, she is a wonderful person, and her and I had a couple wonderful conversations. I really enjoyed her time.
See.
He's quite the protector.
As she, a little bit of relief kind of washes over her as she just kind of takes a breath and centers herself and says, "Well, I'm glad that went over well."
Nazra's like, oh good, they imprinted on her.
Glad that you that my sister was. You found my sister's time enjoyable. I'm glad. She has a tendency to push others away.
Hauser, there's probably something else you should know as well. You should probably, get. We have a lot to talk about, but I don't want this to be like a shock to you either. Like if it ever ends up coming up, but Lyle did give us an amount of information with what's going on, regarding you having to. We don't know everything per se, but just so you know how much we know.
If you are referring to my experiences from the place I came from, I will say thank you for informing. Although I will be honest, I don't remember nearly as much of it as she does. Whenever that comes up or we go there, she takes over, protects me from those memories. I know what happened generally, but I don't consciously remember it myself.
There. Josh.
That is rather fortunate or unfortunate. I don't actually know which it is at the moment. That is perplexing. Well, either way, it is very nice to meet you. Apologies for coming in on such a chaotic moment.
No, please, I'm glad that I came back in time to help. I'm sorry that I left all of so long, abandoned you then.
Alright, based on what Lyle told us about when we went to go visit Madame Lavinia, you probably wouldn't have wanted to be around anyway.
Well, if she had a negative reaction to it, it may have been better for me to have been there. As I've said, I know the stories. I don't remember much of that myself.
Of course.
Wish I could have been there to protect her.
Sure, you guys will figure it out. Hey, take it from me. I guess a bunch of other people here too. Having two personalities or people or literal entities inside of you, it's something you either learn to live with, to learn to deal with, or I don't know. Sometimes you gotta find some place in between. I'm sure you and Lila will figure it out. Whatever that ends up meeting for you guys.
Well, let's get moving. Actually, hold on. As we are moving, how hurt are people still?
I've seen better
I'm
days.
pretty beat up.
I'm actually doing fantastic somehow.
If I had to put a ranking to it, it'd be a
I
solid
made
35 out of 52.
Because I made sure not to hurt you.
This is true.
Yeah, everything else did though. I don't remember.
Yeah, made sure not to hurt most of us.
Well, as we are walking away, Nazra will throw this up. I will give the I will give V 4 4 turns of this. How hurt is Atrim?
I'm actually pretty alright.
And then who else was hurt again?
Solid
Atrim's
35
kind of
out of
low.
52.
Then I'll give Soren 4 as well. Actually, yeah, 4 turns of it. And then that's 8. I'll give if Atrim's looking all right, and is Jury looking all right too?
Yeah, I'm great.
Then I will give myself Nazra will give herself 1 turn of it, and then give the other turn to Atrim just to be sure.
Eight.
Sick. Yeah, truthfully, no idea how I'm doing so well because I don't remember being this well off before when we left. But unless D&D Beyond's lying to me, then
Connor, how much did I get back?
This is for these 8 next 8 are for you.
Okay.
32.
Thanks, boy.
That's 4 turns of him. And then drop it down for 2 again for Atrim. There's your 9.
Nice.
Pretty bad that I'm actually still hurt after that. That's funny.
that's a good problem to have.
Maybe I should take a couple levels in Rogue because of my stealth score, and then just be a stealthy warlock. That'd be terrifying.
That would be pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
So you can't sneak attack if an Eldritch
But
Blast.
but you would give
Well,
me
if
advantage
you
on
go
all of them,
for
which would be awesome.
Arcane Trickster, and you get high enough, you can absolutely stealth throw your sneak attack onto Eldritch Blasts. Oh wait, no, that's the other thing. Wait, what? Is that right? Whatever.
Sure. I don't know how many levels in Rogue you need to get the cutting action anyway.
2. I think it is.
I guess it is 2. Yeah, it's 2.
Well then, I can look through this as Nazra pulls out a notebook. But I will need a little bit of suppose, fill in the gaps of what's been going on.
Right, we've got other stuff to discuss anyway.
Yes. Should we wait until we reach this Keldor's house?
Yeah, probably. I could fill you in on what I observed at least. Which is pretty much the same as y'all saw. I don't remember. What did I roll on that Arcana check? Scroll back.
You rolled a fucking really high is what you rolled.
Okay. Take your word for it.
I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember it was... Wasn't it a crit success?
It was something like that. I don't think it was a crit success, but it is a +9, so I could understand if I did roll super high on it.
Yeah.
Should highlight any rolls I made, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'd have to scroll back too far. Whatever, I'll take your word for it. Yeah, no, that's a pretty grim scenario you got there. Merging entities like that. I don't readily foresee a situation short of literal divine intervention that separates the two entities. I mean, it's the same as I said when we were in there. Like, I'm sorry, but Gabby's gonna be a part of that thing for a while at least.
That does raise the question, though. In order to help these people, we must clear the abomination. That does mean killing Gabby, however. What is our next course of action?
Yeah, no, I'd be remiss if I didn't state my worries. I mean, listen, I'm here for you guys, but I know I said I wanted to go deal with my stuff after this, but we came pretty close to some pretty nasty fates back there. And I got people I have to worry about. Whatever we decide, I'll be with you guys, but I don't think I can just ignore how close to death I just came back there. And we had that situation under control. Gabby goes and does something like that. Guess that makes me want to talk, though. Now I know how that feels. I'll leave it up to you guys.
Well, I think the real question is for Atrum and Miss V. What do you two want?
We look at the sleeping Trim.
He's conscious. He's awake. I mean, to be honest, I'm still a little confused. I don't really know what's going on here at all. When I left, this place was in pretty terrible condition, but I never thought it'd get this bad, and I don't even know where the fuck this dragon came from. Definitely wasn't here when I left.
That's not where I left my car.
Dude, where's my car?
Dude, what does mine say?
Bro, I don't remember what this dude in bro.
Sweet.
It says sweet. Sweet.
Mine
What does mine say?
Dude, what does mine say? Sweet.
Sweet.
What does mine say?
say?
With that, as you guys are beginning to kind of push through the trees, nearing Keldor's home, what is everybody's passive perception?
I think
I
like
know.
a 21.
Yeah,
Mine's 10.
yours is high.
Mine's 15.
Soren, it's telling me yours is 6. I don't think that's accurate.
It's 16.
Okay.
Nonsense.
Uh,
Sorry. I don't
so
know why it's
then-
doing that.
just for you, Atrim. Off in the distance, a little ways towards Keldor's home, you can hear what can only be described as the pitter-patter of feet breaking through the brush at a impressive pace. And then within maybe 15-20 seconds, as it gets closer and closer, the rest of you begin to pick up on it as well.
Jury demagnetizes the hammer that sits on his back and just kind of gives it like a nice little twist and prepares himself.
Just gonna give a grunt and knock 2 arrows.
sitting
No.
slung across Jerry's shoulder.
Just start wiping some of the blood from my eyes so I can fucking see.
Well, as you all,
I'm gonna try and disappear.
Does it sound humanoid or does it sound bestial?
Um,
Elemental or something.
I would say make a perception check, but
Why isn't this rolling?
it's not gonna.
Why isn't this rolling?
As you all kind of separate and prepare for battle, arming yourselves. Chris, what do they see tearing through the brush coming at them from Keldor's home?
Was I headed that way because of the note, or was
Mhm.
I okay? So out of the brush comes a dark-haired, slightly tanned female. Oh, she looks to be about roughly 130, 140 pounds. She's got all sorts of hide-like armor, but it's not really armor so much as it's kind of clothing. Her eyes has has this kind of blue tattoo strip covering over it, kind of like a blindfold tattoo. And she has all sorts of markings on her face and along her arms. On her back, she's carrying a quiver and pack. In the quiver is a massive set of arrows. And in her hands there is a very, very large longbow, as well as two battle axes at her side that's like hooked on by a belt. And she like runs by, it is running at you, comes to a slide, trips and falls, and looks up. Hi. Sorry. I'm sorry. I need to. uh, uh, And she like gets up and starts like backing away as she sees everybody has weapons drawn.
Yeah, very clearly a battle-hardened crew, and at the moment, a pretty battle-fucked-up crew as well.
Jerry will stow the hammer on his back, seeing that she doesn't seem aggressive. It is all right. We don't mean to alarm you. I was just concerned it may have been something else that roams these plains.
Oh, that's no problem. I'm sorry. Have you seen a man near here? His name is Keldor. I'm looking for him. He said he was going to quarry. Did you happen to see him go by?
We did. We met him in the quarry, but unfortunately, he is no longer with us.
Oh, I see. She still seems to be like kind of backing away, like staring at Jury, very unsure as to what she is looking at. And then she looks at everybody else, stops
I
at
still have my arrows drawn.
stops at Athram and says, "Hey, Athram?"
Yes.
Atrum Wolf Brother? Why are you... She realizes what it like. He doesn't seem to recognize her. It is. I am Astrid. I worked with Smith.
He lets out like a sigh of relief and doesn't even put the arrows back in the quiver, just like lowers the bow and shoots them into the ground as his hands just like fucking shaking from being tired. Oh, all right, guys. I think it's okay. This is hopefully somebody here that doesn't want to kill us.
Oh, no, I don't. I don't wish to kill anyone. I'm
Gives like
sorry
a
if I
quizzical look.
I'm sorry if I offend. I am Astrid, daughter of the Allfather. And she holds up a hand for like a wave. You said you saw Keldor. Which way? I'm sorry, I must move fast. He could be in danger.
I don't think you understood, or maybe I was not clear. I apologize. He will never leave the quarry. He died in there.
He died? But how did this thing happen?
Nazra immediately looks up as well and just looks to Jury, looks to everyone. What? How? We have
I
to.
mean, physically
Yes.
petrification. But I mean, you know, I mean, technically he might still be like kind of alive, but not.
I think we
mentally.
took him out before we left, didn't we?
Did we?
Pretty sure you did.
Yeah.
Never mind.
He petrified
He's
and
dead.
shattered.
He's
No,
dead.
he's dead. He's
Flicked a couple Eldritch blasts over your shoulder and just turned him into rubble.
Yeah,
yeah,
just
that's right.
just pans over to a quick scene of Keldor blowing up from Eldritch. But oh no, he's dead. Never mind.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I got a crit on him. I remember. I
Oh.
I turned
Oh, no.
around and I got to RP grabbing the crystals from my shoulders across both arms and like absolutely fleeing them through his corpse. I remember this.
Not
Flashback
only
to
is he
Soren.
dead, he is
He's-
very dead.
He is
Big
fucking.
Yeah.
He's the big gone.
Hey everybody, welcome to Life at Disadvantage. We'd love to have you as a guest.
It's like Soren flashback to. He's like, he's not gonna be among the realm of the living for a while, probably forever.
Oh,
He's out of his misery.
I see. The Allfather will usher him to safety, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
But how did this thing happen? He is very careful.
He
sorry.
is. You are correct. There's as I'm sure you've realized if you've been here for any time, there's an evil on this land, and he was one of its many victims.
There has always been evil in these lands. That is why I hunt them.
Ah.
At least, I train so that I can hunt them.
Yeah, it's a bit more now.
They have been growing more aggressive over past years, but it is not something that we
the daughter of the Allfather could not handle, I think.
Hey, DM, two questions.
Mhm.
First of all, I still don't know why Miram's here, correct?
I want to say no. I don't. Did you ever talk to your
think I
sister
do.
about it?
Does she know?
I
Thought she doesn't have a head.
Did you ever talk to her about it?
Probably not. DM, second question.
Mhm.
Am I familiar with the existence, like not existence, but the current standings of Sons of the Allfather, or am I unaware as I was gone for 500 years or something?
You know, you'd probably be unaware because you've been gone for a little over a decade.
You know that they exist.
Yeah.
I know that
you
they
introduce
exist.
yourself, by the way,
Mhm.
do we have your name? The new name. Chris?
Astrid.
Right. Astrid. What do you know of a person named Mirim?
Mirim?
Yes.
I do not know this name.
While we've been traveling this land, we've accumulated a certain amount of knowledge on him. Not nearly as much as we'd like to have at this point in our adventure. I'm only now realizing. Apparently, he I'm reading off my notebook from this. Like, I've been recording stuff we kind of do and don't know. But it kind of, I'm not the most accurate, so this is what I know we kind of know. He apparently conducted some sort of ritual. Involved a sacrifice, and this allotted him a certain amount of power. And since then, he has been reigning terror over these lands for at least as much as we've garnered the last 10 years. These zombies, all these horrible things seem to be some sort of a result of what he's been doing.
Wait. Will this take long?
Probably. I mean, we should probably head over to Keldor's, farm if that's what you're insinuating.
Then let us go and sit. I will listen to story.
Okay. Is everyone gonna sit around with us for the conversation, or is anyone else doing anything else? I assume it's not safe to light a fire in zombie land.
We're going to his farm, correct?
Correct. And if you remember correctly, his farm, for a farm, is pretty damn well defended.
Right.
Except for
not a
locked
then
door.
a fire.
Yeah.
No, I casted mending on it. Remember, so it's back in the frame.
It's still not locked.
It still wasn't locked. It was never locked.
There was never a lock on it. We cast mending.
Yeah,
Cast
I'll
mending
sit
on a
in
chopped
while
down
you
tree.
explain all of this, but sit by the nearest window and just keep an eye out and make sure we're not being followed because, Gabby knows where we last were, which means Miram could potentially know where we last were.
Sure could potentially know that, couldn't he?
Sure could potentially know that.
Be outside of the house.
Good point.
Feel like wooden stakes won't stop Miram. Just, throwing that
So,
out there.
all of this preparation that all of them are doing is because of Mirim. These zombies, like I said, everything bad that you've been seeing occur around here, as a monster hunter in training, I'm sure you're aware. It all comes from somewhere. It doesn't just happen. I mean, what are the name? I saw while I was writing articles. I don't know if it's publicly available knowledge yet. Is there a name for this collection of towns and lands and stuff, or do we just refer to it as Tristram?
Oh,
We do
There
have
is
a name.
There is a
We
name.
know
I
this.
remember seeing it. I wrote it in one of the articles. Can't fucking remember it for the life of me right now.
and it starts with an A.
No,
I've
it does not start with an A.
I've
Doesn't
been
start with an
collectively
A.
referring to it as Tristram, but apparently that is incorrect. So I will leave it to
It's
the.
like the lands. It's like the lands of insert name here, and I forgot what it is. Because I'm a horrible bookkeep
Lands
when it comes
between.
to the. I'm gonna call it Tristram for now.
Yeah.
But suffice
that
to the
for the
audience to know there
experts
is
who
a
created
name for
it.
this collection of lands.
Yeah, if you want to
Stuff
know
is-
the name for the collection of the lands, you can check out our World Anvil. But
Oh yeah, go find it. 'Cause
Yeah,
I don't remember which
okay.
article. Oh, it's Rurik. Thank you, David.
He was close.
So the lands of Rurik.
hey, it was close.
All this stuff just happened, and it's because of Mira. After he rose to power through this unholiest of sacrifices. And since then, he's been trying to garner more and more power, and he split himself into 3 distinct parts: his body, his essence, and I believe the third one's called his power, but I can't remember off the top of my head. And then there is him as an actual entity that's been floating around Tristram, which we've been selectively avoiding. The reason we're here at Hjord's Quarry was twofold. We had reason to believe there might be valuable resources here, as well as maybe a portion of his essence. We've been wandering around trying to subdue him. We've already taken care of one of his I believe it was his essence and this was his body, or is it the other way around?
So the things that it's been split into are his body, his essence, and his shadow.
Okay, shadow. And what was the
Yeah,
one at
we
Feyrock?
destroyed his essence and we met his body.
Correct.
Right. So when we went towards Core, we didn't know his body was gonna be there, but it was. And part of our quest was to attempt to save Keldor. We tried, and things were going well for a time. In fact, things were handled pretty well. But one of the people who was traveling with us, Gabby, she I'd say she had a change of heart, but I know that wouldn't be accurate. She saw a means to an end during that fight. She saw a way to get what she wanted. And she took it. And he merged with Miriam's body. At that point, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, jury, anything to be with jury, including killing us. Unfortunately, that included Keldor, and while we tried to defend ourselves tooth and nail, Keldor didn't quite make it out. He was petrified and possessed by Miriam's body. We had to dispose of him in order to have a chance at escaping mines. I'm sorry about your friend, or Keldor. Also, I'm sorry, Chris. I mean, I think it's pretty accurate to say that it wasn't a change of heart. More of it was Gabby.
Oh, no. You said you use your interpretation.
Okay, then that's my interpretation of what Gabby was doing at the time. Did I miss anything important there? Don't think I did. That was a pretty good
Sounds about right.
overview, I think.
So we're all in Astrid's cottage, or not Astrid, Keldor's cottage, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
like the
Yeah.
cottage on his farm where he was growing
Mhm.
shrooms and other shit.
She was
Well,
like,
I think we met her on the way, and then yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kept going.
Oh,
and
yeah.
and she's like, she's doing the like knees up, hugging
I got
against the wall.
back to the
Kill-
wall, like your butt to the ground, like hugging your
Mhm.
knees. Like, oh,
Mhm.
gotcha.
And she was very, very focused on what you were saying. You said that he was petrified.
That's
Can
correct.
you fix him?
There's no easy way to say this. Sorry.
Unfortunately, don't. I don't possess the strength to cure someone of a ailment such as that.
I
I'm
can
sorry.
do this thing.
See,
Oh,
the thing
Still,
about
it's a little
that
too
is,
late.
remember when I said during the story that after he was petrified, he was possessed by the body and he attacked us? Like I said, on our way out, we had to dispose of him. He was attacking us on our way out, and in
But
order
he
to
was
have-
rock.
right. Miriam's
Can you
body.
fix that?
Yes, if I gather all the components, but flashes back to throwing the Eldritch Blasts at Keldor's body. He got torn apart pretty good. It'd take a while to find all. It'd be like the world's hardest jigsaw puzzle, and like Soren sitting there with like casting Mending on 2 rocks. But Mending can't restore magical attributes, and I don't know. Rule of cool. I don't know what the DM would rule on piecing a petrified person back together using
I
Mending.
think it's
and
safe
then
to say he's
rest
dead.
her- he's still like he's dead. Like if you found all the parts, like I assume when you're petrified into stone, like it's like you're still alive because you can be restored. Like rule, like at on a level you are still alive, but you're just petrified into stone because you can be restored.
You're
Correct.
But
cursed.
like I assume, like much like if your arm fell off and then you were restored, you'd be missing an arm or something.
Correct.
I think once you're
Being a
burst
bunch
apart,
of tiny
you're
pieces.
like burst apart.
I mean, hey, if you guys could figure out a way to piece all those little pieces back together and
Hold
then
on, I'm gonna-
unpetrify and then revivify, sure.
I'm gonna. What does a 14 on Arcana tell me about the ethics of piecing a petrified person back together and then restoring them?
Who cares about ethics?
Yeah.
Well,
Uh,
okay, the feasibility.
The
there we
feasibility,
go.
the feasibility is there. It would be an
Oh, it's possible.
it would be an incredibly difficult task because you would have to make sure
Alright.
that you got every piece, and any piece that you missed would be, missing
You missed
when
like,
he
a
was
bit
brought
of,
back
like,
to
Miss a
life.
piece of his heart and he just dies instantly.
Right. So
got
like
internal
it would
bleeding.
be
Like he comes back, there's like blood going down his arms from like you missed a bit of his skin. Like so, there's just like a big gash there now.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah,
like
so-
tape.
it would be an immensely difficult task. However, if you were able to accomplish it and get him pieced back together, then you would need to find a way to reseal those cracks, which, like you said, it's a non-organic material now. It's just a rock. So like lots
And it all back
and
together.
lots of mending. And then once that's done, you would need to unpetrify him. And then once that's done, you would need to bring him back to life. So like,
Just
is it
gonna turn
well-
from looking out the window and look at Astrid and just like shake my head no and go back to looking out the window.
Question
Like-
for the DM though.
Mhm.
When you're petrified and broken apart like that, do like the time constraints still count for like how long you're dead to bring you back to life, or does that kind of get like frozen until you're brought back to like an organic flesh-like state of dead?
You know what? I will say, because you are not decaying, because your body is stone, I will say that the time constraints do not apply. I will
Okay, fair
I will
enough. So
give you that.
got- You've got the rest of your life to figure it out. Got it.
Yeah.
I do have the capability to shape stone with magic, and I can, if indeed he is counted as having not been dead for very long when we find him, I can should be able to revive him.
The idea of
That
you
would
using
also
shape
require-
stone
diamond of. I do have shape. I don't have
like-
it prepared, but I do have
Look,
access to shape stone.
Because like the funny
It's
thing is
okay.
like if we use mending to do it, it's like 1,000 billion like jigsaw puzzle, but it's still in the same shape. But if you use shape stone to like bring him back together, like we could put stones in him that like aren't part of him, or we could misshape one of his appendages. He's like, my pinky is like 0.5 centimeter shorter than my ring finger.
That's the
Just
best part is when you put like a random rock inside of his heart or something, and he just now has.
shape stone.
He just
Aw.
rattles every now and then.
If you miss, if
Whoa,
you just
We
hold
turned
on.
him into a maraca.
Hold
We turned
on.
him into a maraca.
Hold on, Nasra uses shape stone, and I think Soren has proven. For some reason, I roll really well in performance. Like I've got a pretty good sketchbook, like for art. If I just show you where to do it and you shape stone, we should be able to put it back
Yes.
into some semblance of
Together a
Moneyland.
stone man in a stone quarry where there are rocks all over the ground, finding only the right rocks, piecing
All the
them back
while.
together exactly correct.
All
Yeah,
the
yeah.
while being attacked by a druid dragon who is just
Yeah,
real
she's
upset.
still there.
I'm just picturing
can
like
only
everyone
hope.
else like fighting off screen. There's like multicolored like magic like playing against the background of the scene, and it's just Nazra and Soren like working hard. Like no, put that one there. Like no, this one there.
Working
Like
on a
I am
puzzle.
trying, woman. And there's just like screaming going on from off screen.
I can only hope that this is like a real conversation that's happening in front of Astrid, and she's
Yes.
just terrified.
Yeah. Oh no, she's horrified.
Well, Nezra for her part is, she actually is like going over she's actually starting to go over the spells. If I take that one, I should be able to at least repair the stone.
Nazra,
I can't yet, but I can.
Nazra, look at Astrid, and he like points at Astrid, who's like, I assume at this point like they're hugging like their knees and they're back against the wall, and they've got like a slight rocking motion to them
Mhm.
now. Like, I'm sorry, Astrid. I think while technically possible, it's just not in our abilities right now.
Not as of now, but perhaps once we get stronger, we can return and save him. The only thing that is currently out of my power is returning him from petrification.
I can do this thing. I need help though.
I'm
Atrum,
sorry. I'm gonna step in here. Yeah, let's not give any false hope. Astrid, I'm sorry, he's dead. He's not coming back because not only is he little tiny pieces of rock inside of a rock quarry that we would have to find the correct ones, piece back together, all that good stuff. There's also a dragon in there, and just the likelihood of this happening is slim to none.
Oh, and that dragon merged with our old comrade, making it who knows how much stronger.
Yeah, let's not forget about that.
Don't,
Dragon's also a druid now.
don't say a thing is impossible when it's not. There
Pulls
is a
out
chance.
calculator. He's done. No, he's dead. Like, he's... Sometimes people just die. That's how the world works, and he's gone.
If I
He's
can-
dead. You
If I
can't. You cannot piece each piece of stone back together, even if you supposedly can with magic. If one thing goes wrong, he just dies again. You'd be damning him to eternal death and damning yourself to eternal pain, not being able to bring someone back who is clearly dead.
Oh, yo, this sounds like something I encountered in the Far Realms once. It was these children that were trying to like bring their dead mother back from the dead. Like,
Just like holds up a finger and points at Astrid like she's not ready for this, man.
She's got a lot going on right now.
Thinly veiled from Alchemist reference. Just like, yeah, you're. Let's put it this way: you're just ruining their death more than you are trying to bring them back to life.
You didn't save my life. You ruined my death.
Yes.
I see. Why do wolf brothers not hunt these things down? This this dragon down.
I could ask the same for the sons. Haven't seen any of you all since I've arrived, and I mean, up until I've now seen you.
I am the last son.
What?
Just like he's been like glancing out the window, like in and out of the conversation every now and then. And his head just drops, and he turns like sitting on the windowsill and just drops his head in his hands. Oh fuck.
I'm very sorry.
She shakes her head. It is fine. They wish this. We, Atrum, the Wolf Brothers, they do not know?
The Wolf brothers are out of commission at the moment. Immediately at disposal, there is me and 3 others. The keep fell, and well, the ones that survived were the ones that were outside at the time.
She nods. 3 years ago, I began my pilgrimage to become warrior of the Allfather. I did my best to train and become as strong as I can. I am still on pilgrimage. But we spend 1 year on our own. I return to find all dead or turned by disease. They sent me away before the last. It took me many days, but I returned them to the Allfather.
I am incredibly sorry for your loss.
It is fine. I did not know what happened to Wolf Brothers. Atrum, I am sorry. I would have come to help had I known, but I did not. I am weak.
Kind of like looks down at himself, like all beaten to shit and everything. Ah, well. If you're weak, then so am I. I mean, even amongst all of our peers and predecessors, it looks like we're the last hope left.
He nods. Can you help me?
He'll nod.
You spoke of dragon. I know of Dragon 2. Hunter of Shadows is in Valley, in Mountain Peak. It infests a very important place to me. It is way we resist disease. Could you help me rid it of Hunter of Shadows?
I mean, I suppose, as long as everyone's alright with it, I mean, should probably rest a little bit, but I feel like we've kind of hit a dead end with our leads here.
I'd like to say something.
Go ahead.
I know you said earlier that I was willing to to go with you guys throughout the rest of these things. And I know you said you guys would help me after we're done here. But if I'm to keep at this, given the what's the word? The new amplitude, of what we're dealing with here, like everything that's gone on. My condition, I guess, for my continuous journey would be that we just take this a little bit more. What's the word? Let me put it this way. We went to Fjord's Quarry and we didn't know that there was going to be a piece of the dragon there. But one ended up being there anyway. We went to Feyrock and we didn't know a piece of the dragon was going to be there. One ended up being there anyway. And both times we got caught, metaphorically speaking, with a prank stamp. But we've got an advantage now. At least as far as we know, this one's still gonna be here in Fjord's Quarry. There's one where Astrid just spoke of. And we know that Miriam stays in Tristram. Can we just be a little bit more methodical about how we go about this? Whenever we have to go back to Fjords or confront Gabby, it'd be nice to know that we have a way to at least resist the breath of that thing. I mean, if we just keep rushing into these things head first without knowing what we're getting ourselves into or having any sort of plan to defend against these things, who knows what could happen? It just feels like we've been going in blind, not learning from any of our experiences, just going in and hoping for the best. And while I know sometimes that's all you can do, it would ease my mind a lot if we just took the time to prep for these things a little bit more. Is that all right with you?
In my past life, we did exactly what you speak of. When we would find our target, we would watch them for as long as it took to understand flaws and weaknesses and advantages that we could take care of. I fully support your decision.
Okay. Atrim, what do you say, given all your experience with monster hunting?
Well, I mean, yeah, to be honest, we've done a pretty shit job so far. I mean, believe it or not, I'm not really the best hunter out there.
You keep saying you're the one that survived.
Oh, I am. Everyone else is, they all got fucked up, but, my situations were different. And it's kind of making a joke of the situation since everyone I've ever known and loved is kind of dead, including my sister, who doesn't have a head right now. But, she's alive in spirit, I guess. So that counts for something. But
Cut to be in the corner, tapping their bucket with a stick.
But, I mean, I never really went out hunting all too much. That's why I know more about these things than I actually do know about doing them. But I mean, it seems pretty fair. I feel like planning is a big part of this, and it's kind of a step we've overlooked thus far, so I mean... Yeah, it makes sense.
Does
But to do so, we do need more information on this dragon, as, like I've been saying from the start, I don't know what the fuck this thing is. Turn to Astrid. I was gone for 10 years without knowing it, by the way, so that was fun. But, yeah, I feel like maybe we should learn a bit more about this thing than we know right now.
all right. You see Soren kind of take out his little, like, he's been casting Find Familiar through this whole time, and you see him use his other hand to kind of like pull up like his notebook as if he's like starting to record things. Let's get some things down solid then. What we're gonna do. He like labels this little section of his notebook, and he kind of takes like a glance towards Jury as if remembering something Jury had said before about like, to like, if he's tired of like being like compared to Quark, or like, fearing that he's too much like his brother and being his own person, that he needs to stop just looking through all his notes. And you see that it's like a new chapter of his notebook. Like he's not looking back into it. He could just like start searching through all of Quark's notes and stuff like that to see like what would my brother do like in this situation, but it seems like he's like starting his own little chapter in this little book per se. And it's just listed, it's like titled what we're gonna do about this fucking dragon situation. All right. I think it's important first that we understand what Miram actually did to gain all this power in the first place. We know that he made or performed some sort of ritual, and it involved a sacrifice, right? Do we know who? Okay, Meta, do we know who was sacrificed? Like, what was sacrificed to attain his power?
I think meta we do. I don't think we know
yeah.
in-game.
Meta, we
Okay.
do.
Meta, we do.
Mhm.
Okay, got it. So
Meta we do.
we need more details on this ritual. Where did he find it? Why did he perform it? What was the significance of whatever he sacrificed? Is there a way to combat this ritual? Miram's gained a lot of power already, but if we can find some way to undo part of this ritual he's performed already, it might weaken him or give us some sort of an edge in going into this final battle with him. If we somehow combated this ritual that he performed, it wouldn't get rid of all the power he's accumulated, but it could totally cut him off from any backup plans he might have. All right, you see him like marked down at number 2. We gotta list down everything we know about the things that we've killed already. We know that we destroyed his body back in Feyrock, and we know that we just battled his essence. Wait, not his body.
Swap
No,
that.
his essence back in Feyrock. He crosses it out. You see like a big like scorch mark in his journal. We know that we destroyed his essence back in Feyrock, and we just fought his body here in Hjorts. And he starts marking down everything we know, like his mouth, his breath attack petrifies you, like he can possess you, blah 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 blah. And then that Gabby merged with it. Astrid, I hesitate to ask you because of the trauma you must have endured throughout all of this, but is there anything you can tell us about what you witnessed in this valley at the mountain? You did say valley of the mountain, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She bites her lip for a second, and then looks at everybody, and then says, "You must promise not to say anything about what is there."
Cross my whatever the Starspawn equivalent for a heart is and hope to die.
I do not hope you wish to die.
It's a saying back where I come from. It means I promise, essentially.
It is not exactly valley. There is a pool of water. And she bowls her hand, and does anybody speak Celestial?
Ooh, give me a second.
actually.
Yes.
The bunch of
She
characters.
says she's like thinking about it and then just says bowl in Celestial.
No, I do not speak Celestial.
I understand, and I'll replicate her hand signal.
Mm-hmm.
Can you translate? Because Celestial is like the exact opposite of what I speak.
Oh,
Said
she
bowl.
is speaking of a bowl.
Ah, okay.
It is at peak of mountain. In mountain, there is the hunter.
So
He is big. Or it. She, I do not know. But
when you say hunter, you mean like the essence that we're referring to?
I don't know, but it is dragon and large.
And it's inside the mountain.
And it is around bowl. And this thing uses shadows to hunt. It is very strong and is very hungry. I must carefully enter valley to retrieve water from bowl. And she looks at Jury like, did she asking if she like said it correctly?
He just gives you a quick nod.
Mm-hmm.
What's the significance of this? I understand if you can't say, but why this pool of water? What's so important about it? Miriam's essence in Feyrok was kind of weird, but understandable why he would be there. Miriam's essence in Hjord's quarry made a lot of sense because the presence of the crystals and all of the entities there. It just makes sense that he'd look for a way to harness all of that raw power. But what's important about this place? What do you think someone would want with it?
I do not know why Hunter of Shadows is in bowl, but the pool there, it is very large and is how my people resisted disease for so long. This water has been blessed by the Allfather.
That actually makes quite a lot of sense. Makes sense that it's probably not looking to use that pool. It's probably defending it. Can I make a quick Arcana check for something?
Mm-hmm.
Just to see like if I would understand like the properties of this water and what it's capable of, essentially. Guidance.
That actually would not be an Arcana check.
Are you gonna make me do a religion check?
I sure am.
Nature check.
Oh no, it's gonna be a religion check.
Oh, can I throw one out?
Sure.
You know what? Yeah, take a guidance on it.
I also,
Okay.
Atrim, I also need something else from you. Okay.
Hey yo.
Um,
That is what she said.
I need. You know,
You know what? My bad.
I just. That's not something you would want. Like, why would you be bragging about the fact that someone would need more from you? Like, that just means you let him down the first time.
Listen, he's had a hard life. We're focused on the wrong thing.
Anyway.
So we're getting through the. I'm sorry if this is boring. We're getting through the nitty gritty so we don't fuck ourselves later down the line.
Yo.
Atrim, I need. I'm trying to think of what kind of knowledge check this would apply to. It's essentially like a tactical thing. So, I'm going to say just a straight intelligence check. Not related to any specific knowledge.
Okay. So, the religion wouldn't be Fae Fiend or Undead, correct? It'd be about the water specifically?
Correct.
Well, the check I'm making here is actually with regard to how it would affect undead and like those specific creatures. So I don't know but I mean, if it was just about the properties of the water, then I guess not.
Yeah, no, just about the properties of the water.
Cool. Nope, not an advantage. Leave me alone.
And Astrid,
Mm-hmm.
if I can get a religion check from you with advantage.
Good.
Guidance is a D4.
Oh. Good,
We're gonna throw out a whole bunch of knowledge checks
Yeah,
real
yep.
quick.
Damn it!
Yep.
Damn it!
Yep. We're good.
Oh, with advantage, my bad. Oh no, it did roll it. Okay, cool.
Perfect.
Oh, and then
All right, I think-
intelligence.
The
Mhm.
kid is screaming in the background, and I think it's being picked up. Apologies to everyone. Okay, cool.
It's actually our audience screaming about the fact it's like, oh man, they're doing the lore dump portion. Get to the
Yeah.
combat.
See, funny enough,
I want lore.
it actually usually works the other way around. Like, combat is
Really?
combat is usually the least interesting part. It's the most
See,
fun part
I
to
think-
play, but it's the least
I'm
interesting part to
relishing.
listen to.
I'm relishing in this. Like, you know,
Mhm.
I'm all about that, like, gather knowledge. Let's see
Yeah.
what we're doing so we don't, like, you know, we're not
Which
walking
is-
in blind like we've been doing.
Which is
Which I'm not
why
blaming
I,
on anyone.
Mhm.
Obviously, it's just how it's been happening.
which is why I
blame
support this
everybody.
wholeheartedly.
I blame specifically Connor just because he's been quiet for a minute.
He's
so.
supposed to be the
Fair.
healer
David
and the
too.
tank, goddammit.
I was
So
saying a few things and I just realized I was muted.
Oh, Connor, no!
unfortunate.
Ah!
So
Hate to see it.
multiple brains being put together here, with Astrid being able to kind of go over a little bit and
My conclusion from this is going to be thoroughly underwhelming, by the way.
that means I need
Oh god, I forgot my hair was green for a second.
right there. That should do it. So Astrid able to kind of explain a little bit what she's seen, what she's been told, etc., and then both of you, Atrim and Soren, putting your heads together and kind of extrapolating from that information. The water in this spring was essentially enchanted. If you guys remember from all the way back, like 9 sessions ago or whatever it was now, when you all first landed at
I
that
do remember, yes.
at that settlement, they were flabbergasted that Lyle even existed because the gods have left this area, right? This portion of the Shadowfell has been abandoned. Any of the devout folk or divine casters specifically would have felt that coming on. Like, they would have known about it. So, one of the elders of the Sons of the Allfather went to this spring, and for the entirety of the time that he felt this detachment happening, he spent as much power and as much time as possible pouring any of his divine connection into this spring. Because of that, it
This is
has
getting exactly where I thought it was.
it's kind of picked up a few interesting qualities. First and foremost, because of just the raw amount of energy in this spring, it is always considered running water at any point. You can throw it in a canteen and it'll still be burbling and rumbling away in your canteen. It is always running water, just due to the raw energy level in it. It also has taken on some restorative properties. Should this potion be drank, it would, or should this water be drank, it would basically act as a potion of greater restoration. And because it is running water, go ahead and let's throw an Arcana check on top of that
Wait,
too.
wait. I would know this. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, would Nazrin know this though? Lily would definitely know what running water can also be used for.
Yeah.
Would Nazrin know? I think
Well, then
she
we
might.
better go catch it.
I feel like she probably would, just based
Yeah.
off of her past.
If nothing else, it was because Lyle like put a note down and said, "Remember
Yeah.
this in case they show up or he
Yeah.
shows up."
Solely due to the amount of experimentation she's witnessed, I think she's probably seen this at some point or another. Running water consistently throughout stories and tall tales and fables and everything like that, it's always said that running water can cure petrification. Now, it doesn't hold up in the real world because you can't just drop a petrified body in a river and suddenly they're fine. But if said running water were to have intense magical properties, it might have significantly better luck. So, when drank, this water acts as a potion of greater restoration, and when poured over a petrified body, it has the same effect.
Wow, hindsight really is 20. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I had to say it. We were all thinking it.
I will be honest. I was thinking of a different use for running water. When I
Oh,
was
you
thinking
mean
of-
like the fact
that-
that V can never cross it? If
That-
it has a protector?
That
The other-
is also a thing that might be important for you to remember specifically. I'm throwing out information relevant to, here and now, but if you pick up some information that would definitely be useful later on down the road, which now that you've specified, I know what you're talking about. Holy hand grenades are great.
That's amazing.
Yep.
Also,
Yeah.
Atrim, for your just flat intelligence check,
Yes.
when it comes to tactics wise, just because Soren brought it up, so here's a little knowledge dump for you. It's actually not that weird that the essence was in Feyrock Keep, because what was in Feyrock Keep?
In Feyrock Keep. Are you talking about the hunters or a specific item?
The hunters. And
The
who would
hunters were
be
there.
the biggest threat to his prize?
Naturally, of course. So then that would also make sense
And
as to why
As to
it
why
attacked
he's
her
at the
tribe.
correct.
But why the quarry?
Because
The
what's in the
crystals.
quarry?
The crystals have
Workers?
Crystals.
Or the crystals?
Okay.
Okay.
This was established last session.
Parts-
Is
when I did
this
the
all?
Arcana-
Are we all talking about this?
I would
these
imagine so.
things?
Naturally.
Yeah.
Considering how
Probably
many
should-
minds are being put together to make these rolls, I imagine you're talking through the entire process.
She actually pulls out her weapons, her two battle axes, and says, is this what you mean?" As she pulls out two of these battle axes that are made of the crystals that you guys were talking about.
Would a weapon made of the crystal, what quality would that possess? Just is it a weapon that is also a?
Well, you'll probably find out when you see them in use.
Yeah. I mean, when
Boy.
we discovered these crystals over at the quarry, we determined that the essence was probably finding a way to not only use them to prolong its life, but also given its parasitic qualities in the golems and whatnot, it was likely trying to find a way to harness them for power. Yes, these are the crystals we were referring to, and he kind of pulls a few out of his bag of holding and shows them to you.
Would they have been read like way back, or only after this situation with the falling and everything?
No, the Romian's crystal is their properties have not changed. They have been consistent before the material plane was removed to the Shadowfell throughout the entire. Like they have always acted this way.
Her
Okay,
weapons
okay.
would still be blue then, by the way, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm making sure that they were.
I would be very concerned if they were red.
Yo, that
She
would
wouldn't-
be wicked
she-
though. From the
she
blood of
would-
my enemies.
She
You
wouldn't
know?
know is the problem, right?
Yo, that's a pretty cool thing though. If you made like a weapon with those crystals and you killed enemies with it, and it just like passively absorbed life essence. I really hope that's what these things don't do, because that'd be very concerning.
That's straight up.
Especially since I asked about some of the
what's-
qualities of these crystals once they're removed from the life essence, and it kind of contradicts that. But I'm not paying attention. What? I don't
Yeah.
take notes on this stuff.
The only thing I
That's some straight up Conan stuff.
the only
Mm.
thing I know that they do is this,
Hey,
and she like backs
Do.
up away and takes a swing with it, and it just lets out this soft hum.
Do I have to make an Is there an
Golf
arcana check
clap.
to be made
Golf
here?
clap.
No, that you would just recognize. I mean, it's the same sound that was playing through the forest. It's what happens when the wind sings off the crystals.
Oh, that's pretty.
However, to wrap up what I was saying a moment ago, so the essence went to the keep to take out, a threat. The shadow, it sounds like, went to the Howling Rock to take out a threat and to guard a future threat.
Yeah, so that's where I
And
was getting at.
The body went to the quarry because power is at the quarry. So essentially, like, all of these pieces are, for as much as they are, all across the domain and everything, they all have had a tactical reasoning behind where they're showing up.
Hold on. you're
And
still
this
on
is
IRP.
Howling Rock Mountain.
Okay. But that's Adam. You actually hit exactly where I was going with that. I was making these checks on the properties of that water because in my mind, like I know you said like for like there's like a bit of power, but in my mind, yeah, he went his essence went to Heward's quarry to possibly try and harness the power of these crystals. And in my mind, going to the pool over here was more about taking care of a threat again because I think, in my opinion, he'd be more concerned about someone using this water against him than trying to use it himself.
Exactly. And yes, the threat is absolutely there, and yes, the Sons of the Allfather were a big reason, but the Sons of the Allfather, very similar to the Aegis, they roamed the entire domain, right? Like, they were all over the place.
Yeah.
The difference between them and the Order of Aegis is the Order of Aegis have a keep. Like, they have a place where this is where they are. So whenever they're done roaming, like, they go out on a mission and they might go all the way down to Leyland Forest, but eventually they're coming back to the keep. Sons of the Allfather are nomadic. They roam all over. The only son that was known to be at Howling Rock was the elder who was, enchanting the water. So while, yes, the shadow did absolutely go there because, like, hey, they might be here and that they are a threat that I need to take care of, more so, it's there for the spring because the spring is a direct, like what do you do? What do you do against a dragon that can petrify you if you don't have a cure for petrification? So he is there to guard people trying to.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at here. That's the conclusion I was having Soren come to. So he kind of writes that down in his notebook. It's like, all right, so it makes sense that part of Miram would want to hunker down there because if I was Miram, I wouldn't want anyone getting their hands on any part of this stream or pool with enchanted water. Which would make it a very good target. Unfortunately, he's probably fortified the place to all high heck, but just makes it even more important.
Would it be fair to say that I've snuck in a
Oh,
couple
yeah.
of times? Okay.
Oh yeah. I can even go ahead and let's call it a survival check.
Yeah, sure.
Could we lose?
Oh, you are
Josh.
yeah, he's having internet trouble.
Hey.
A little bit sorry. What? Missed something there, sorry. For as much as you claim to be just in training and yada yada, you give a spot on recreation of this area. Kind of gathering the dust on the floor of Keldor's shack. You start to draw out a little map and you give descriptors for everything and point out, this we'll use this little wood chip here as a rock, and these pins are dust, or these pins are trees, and yada yada. So I can actually this is what you all would see.
This is terrifying.
Oh, Astrid, that's a very well-made map.
Yeah. Now,
Astrid has minor illusion.
my week has been hell on earth, so I'm going to throw out a little shout out here. Probably did. I'm going to throw out a little shout out here. This map was made by Nebuchad the Confused. It is on his Incarnate profile and on his Twitter for anybody who's interested. It's a very good map. I like it a lot.
Well,
And it saved me a lot of prep time.
Messing with D&D Twitter, I've seen a lot of Incarnate stuff getting thrown around on Twitter and be like, hey, you guys can use this, just like credit me, and I was like, oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, D&D Twitter is great. But yeah, central spring with kind of a outcropping of trees around it, and on the outside, if you look up towards the top edge where you see the rocks kind of like cascading upwards, and same down towards the bottom, this all sits in essentially a non-volcanic caldera. I don't know if that's like an accurate geological descriptor, but it's basically what it is. Oh, hello. There's Weiner.
Hey, finally showed up.
Damn, Chris.
What?
So, I mean, you're not like, it's your brother, so I guess yeah, go for it.
No, fuck that guy.
God.
So, around the edges of this bowl, as Astrid was describing it, the mountain peaks just kind of rise in all directions. So I'm gonna call it a caldera, and you know what? If that's geologically inaccurate, fuck them. I don't care about geology.
I'll find out if that's what you're talking about.
So basically, the base of this caldera, where the spring is
yeah, that's what
in
it is.
shadow, barring like high noon when the sun is directly overhead. It's pretty much permanent shadow.
We need to protect this thing at all costs.
Which is also why he sent his shadow there, because
Yeah, that checks out.
tactical.
You see,
Miriam's a
Soren
smart
noting
dragon.
down in his notebook. Okay. So we know what we know. We've got certain bits of information. Now we just need to figure out what our plan of action is. I still want to see if I can't figure out anything about that ritual that Miriam used, but unfortunately, just off the top of my head, any information concerning what he did would probably be kept pretty close to his chest, meaning it's probably in Tristram, which is a very deadly place to even think about getting near right now. I still think we should keep that on our minds for later, once we take care of the rest of his essence, his essences or whatever.
Yeah.
Unless any of you can think about another location where he would.
I'm not familiar with Miram's rise to power.
Correct.
However, I am aware of Papa's.
Mm-hmm.
I would know someone who was there during that time, would I not?
Sure would.
That being V, of course.
Naturally.
Hey, Trum.
So there's a possibility
Hey,
that we
Trum.
already have the information.
Hey,
Sure
Trum.
is.
Fuck.
You have something to share with the class?
As Soren says that, I'm just gonna stand up and go outside to where V is practicing her swordsmanship.
You mostly see a very violently swinging, but almost in an elegant form, of a very large great sword. And not really bellows, but you can tell when your sister's
Oh, you're already back.
aggravated.
Yeah. Gonna walk out. Be like, hey, we're doing some planning inside. I know how much you love to plan, so you maybe want to join us, or
Happening. Right.
I mean, like, the air here didn't do anything to you. It was the dragon, so like, swinging at the air is not really gonna help.
No, it won't. But since my target is not here, I am here though.
Yeah, actually, now that you say that, well, I found that I was gone for some time, and that's been some news to me. But it never occurred to me. Were you here the whole time?
Not the whole time. There's still gaps, but
Is that gap when you died, or did you come and go?
I remember everything up to my head being removed. And there are it's like walking through a fog.
Well, and I mean, I've also noticed, especially, now that you're out here swinging your sword so viciously, I mean, yeah, I hate to lose too, but, it just happens. There's a difference between losing to an enemy and losing to your enemy. And, I don't know, there's a lot. I don't know Miram. I don't know anything about this thing, this entity, but it seems like maybe you do?
I know of the dragon. Bee stabs her sword into the ground. I didn't know his name.
And his story, how did he get here? How did he become this powerful aura throughout the lands? I thought when I left, I had heard that there was something going on back when we were still on the material plane. There was something going on. Lands close or far away, I don't recall, but I had heard that it was Dad that was the problem. I had never heard of this Miram. When did he show up? When did he become a problem?
He became a problem when we were banished here. Again, when we came here, he became the problem. Do you? Oops, I gotta remember the name. Do you remember Scarlett's family?
I do.
Do you remember how she gave up her dominion of being the controller of this realm, of their realm?
In order to come and go, yes.
Dad tried to take it from the dragon. Our idiotic father tried to force his own power over this land when he lost it.
And I mean, given that the dragon is still here, I would imagine he was not successful.
No. I don't know if we made him stronger or not, but that creature has been here before us. It's always had power. It just divided itself to make sure it couldn't lose that power again.
Now, I know V has shown the ring on her finger to other people. Has Atrum seen it yet?
No, your passive perception's not high enough.
Yeah.
Well, the trick is, the people who have seen the ring, she has deliberately taken off her glove.
Yeah.
To show it for it's a wedding band, and also yeah. So I don't think you've seen much of V's physique without wearing baggy clothes.
No.
And now this suit of armor. So
Mm-hmm. So, in that case, I mean, where is Dad? Do you know where he went? Do you know what happened to him after he made this feat of great strength against the dragon?
I don't. I don't know where anyone was. I woke up in Tristram, laying in a gallows, lost, confused. And all I remember is people screaming in panic. I tried to fight, but I didn't know what I was doing. And after some time, it became quiet. And I wandered the town trying to find people. and then you found me.
Well, I mean, who were you looking for? Maybe we can still find them. Maybe after all this time, there's still a chance that they could be alive. Whoever it is you were looking for.
It was years ago. They could be anywhere by now. They could have been in hotspots. They could be in Hagsbane. They could have settled up by the ocean and sailed away. I don't know. All I know is that dragon ruined our family. What was left of it anyways. Whatever Dad didn't destroy on his own. And if you want a plan, then perhaps we need to go find the people who remain here.
Hey, DM.
Can't beat us all.
Yes.
Throughout that conversation, can I throw out an insight? See if she's telling the truth about Miram?
No.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Yeah, sure. And David, go ahead and throw. You can whisper it, either a perception or a persuasion or deception. You don't have to say which.
It's dead.
Ooh, not good.
Wow.
I'm usually very
Wow.
insightful, but a couple dings to the head.
It's okay.
Well,
Did you
V, were you telling the truth? Little miss, I rolled a 2.
Hey. You can tell she's not telling everything.
Yeah.
But
DM, while we're having this conversation as well, at the very end, I'm gonna throw out a detect magic. And I am specifically looking for divination around us.
Ah,
Just thinking about it, just throwing it out while we're
bastard.
outside.
well, let's see. Are you? Oh no, because you should be, but I never set it up. Ugh, I'm a failure. Don't mind me.
Remember, you said it,
Don't-
not us.
I don't know what I found. I was
You
just
fuck-
checking to see if
you-
someone was scrying on us or something.
And then we go. No, further.
Looking
Uh,
for
uh.
scrying or an arcane eye or something. To make sure no one's watching us, but you know.
Look,
And then you find one, yeah.
look. The thing is, I want to say yes because the intention originally was yes, but now I'm realizing because I had all of, an hour to set up stream today, that I didn't actually set up Miram's spell list like I was supposed to, and I don't remember if I gave him any divination magic, and I meant to, but I don't remember.
You you are God speaking to his creation at the moment. So like, I can't
Look.
say he did. This is on you, man.
Look, I may be God, but even God is bound by the rules of physics. So, like, yes.
It's been at least a day since they started traveling, right?
Yeah.
Thing-
So
Has it been
then,
well, yeah, because we took a level exhaustion, yeah.
So then, yeah, scrying.
Oh no, see, I know.
Would-
I know that, like, if he has the spells, you know, the spell list would be restored and all of that. Problem is, I don't remember what spells I gave him.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a completely you thing.
Yeah,
There's this silly little
thanks,
feat
I
that
know.
I've used as being a DM, where
Uh-huh.
like you just look at the spell list and you're like, you know what? He's got this spell. It seems cool.
What do you think I'm doing right now? I'm trying to remember how to filter by that. There it is. There's divination filter.
There you go.
Get rid of
Hmm,
that.
Did he have
Get rid
any
of that.
divination magic?
rid of
Well,
that.
he does now.
Exactly. Yeah. There it is. That's the spell I'm looking for. And it is. You can move it. Yeah,
It's
this
all divination.
this is in fact the spell I'm looking for, and it is in fact level appropriate. Okay, boom. Yes.
Yeah.
We went through
I still have no idea what you're talking about, but yeah.
we went through a bit there, but we got there. Yeah. As you are casting detect magic, aside from all the fun things that you see just absolutely swirling in a maelstrom around your party, because chaos that is the magic of your party.
I want to point out that she is distinctly not magical, save for the axes.
Yeah.
I'm very
Sitting
magical.
sitting
Art is magical.
just at the window, like the window that you know spent your entire night at, is this. It looks like flame, but ebony black. Just a well of darkness with like flares licking out on all sides. There is an eye just kind of hovering outside the window.
Shoot it, 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 shoot it.
I mean naturally, but gonna notice it and hope it doesn't notice me at first. Gonna do a scan of V2. Just real quick. Magical.
That's great, but first this.
A scan of V.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
I mean, obviously
V.
she's partially magical in and of herself, but
V. What all does he see aside from a whole slew of people standing behind you?
I've seen them before. Whatever.
Yeah, that's normal now. Does he see anything
Don't know
interesting?
who they are, but you know.
I know your sword, which previously was like mildly magical since the last time you.
That thing's like a kind of a burning aura now, instead
Yeah.
of just like a sprinkle of magic.
The sword is definitely a lot more active than it was previously. The
I am
puppers.
magical.
Yeah, she is. The puppers.
Fuck. However,
Family.
it should be two. I think it's 2 schools of magic that's on me, or were there more? I can't remember. I can't remember if I'm just actually fit into categories of magic.
I mean, I would put just like your general existence and life.
Yeah,
I would put you down as necromancy.
just necro. You'd see that school then. Actually, he would also see radiant energy on me. Yes.
Hey, 'cause you're
I
an
have that.
angel.
No. Very much
Are
no.
you my guardian angel?
No, that's jury.
I'll drag you to somewhere.
Heyo. This eye, does it seem to be an like all-seeing eye of like a 360-degree kind of thing, just watching all of us, or is it specifically watching B?
You kind of like very like what's the genre I'm thinking of? You know, the back in the old days of television, the quiet movies, the black and white quiet movies.
Silent film?
Yes. Thank you. Silent film. Very silent film-esque. You kind of like hop to one side, throw your hands out. Hop to the other side of the room, throw your hands out. Everywhere you move throughout the room, the eye seems to follow you.
It's watching you.
It doesn't seem to be looking at anyone else.
Well, I mean, you're the only one that sees it, so how would you know?
It's true. It's true. I'm gonna shoot it.
All right, cool. Fire away, friends.
You make conversation. A trim grabs bow, fires in at a window.
Go ahead and make an attack roll
Fire
for me,
with
please.
intent. Ugh.
12. Yeah, you draw on fire and the arrow just kind of ding off the window.
It's a strong window.
Yeah.
Or a bad shot.
Is it inside or is it outside?
No, it's just outside.
Can I just gonna target practice, just keep shooting.
All right.
I'll hit it at some point.
But there you go. Your next
Yeah.
arrow shatters through the window and sails cleanly through the center of the eye, which does not seem to react in any way.
Because you don't have magic arrows.
Don't.
Oh,
I do have a magic
he has a
bow.
magic bow.
Mm-hmm. Still doesn't make a difference.
Nope.
Cool.
One comes running out because fucking a trim shot a window.
Yeah, the window smashes and Jerry just like pokes his head out with a hammer in his hand. He's like, "Oh, never mind."
Like when the window breaks, there's just a little as she's like going into the corner and is just like curled up.
And there's just an arrow over top her head embedded in the wall now.
What in the world is going on?
Oh.
Yeah, but you've been gone for quite a time.
How
said you might know something-
familiar? How familiar am I with Arcane Eye?
Can you cast Arcane Eye?
Oh no.
Then
Hold on.
give me an
answer-
Arcana check.
I
Okay,
can,
okay.
but I don't know it's there.
Yeah, and Atrim hasn't
Wait a minute.
decided to tell everybody what he's looking at.
This ain't
So
about Fae Fiend or Undead.
sure isn't. It's about a spell.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. You know
I
exactly what that is.
acknowledge.
It's exactly what it looks like. It is an arcane eye. It is a invisible magical eye within range that hovers in the air for the duration. You mentally receive visual information from the eye. As an action, you can move the eye up to 30 feet in any direction. This can go on for as long as you maintain concentration on it. There's no limit to how
is
far away from you the eye can move,
because
but
it
it can't
can't
enter
pass.
another plane of existence. Solid barrier blocks the eye's movement, but the eye can pass through an opening as small as 1 inch in diameter. Which also, fun fact, now that the window's broken, the eye hovers forward into the room.
His brain expands. Unfortunately, his wisdom does not.
Yeah, sorry about the window. We're being watched right now. Don't
Wait,
worry.
hold on.
It couldn't hear us, but yeah, we've been We've been being watched probably ever since Fjord's Quarry, ever since we left, most likely.
Wait, hold on. I just want to one thing at a time here. You got up from our room quite ceremoniously after saying, "Wait, I might know someone like that was there at the time." After we were having a conversation about the ritual, so like, did you know someone who was like and like that might have been there during the ritual, or like did you just walk out because you had to whiz?
Hey, DM.
Mhm.
Given that we were talking about, said ritual,
Mhm.
I'm a smart guy.
I mean, Atrum is.
Putting 2 and 2 together. Okay. Okay.
He's not wrong.
But possibly putting 2 and 2 together at the re-mentioning of a sacrifice and, someone that was possibly there who also happens to be headless.
Hmm.
Is that a, safe thing to piece together? It's difficult because I already know, but I'm not sure if Adram knows.
Well, I don't know if you know how math works.
Like, your sister was there, right?
Mm-hmm.
A sacrifice was made,
Mm-hmm.
and you returned to the location to find your sister without a head.
A problem was solved.
Pretty weird.
Pretty
weird.
Does that seem to you like a leap that Atrum would make?
No correlation at all. No, I'm kidding.
Because, like,
I'm kidding. Probably.
I'm in the same boat of I know what the answer is, so I can't tell you what your character would think. Like, do you think that he would think that? I don't fucking know, man. I know the answer too.
I'm more going for the "Are you gonna tell us about the conversation you just had?" like kind of thing, because
Also fair.
Out of game, meta game, we have like a tendency to like have camp like. No disrespect to anyone. We have a tendency to like have campfire conversations and then like look back on them. It's like, oh yeah, that was meant to be public knowledge. I wonder why no one knew about it. And then we're just kind of like,
offended.
It? Well, it's like some things I get it. Some people mean for things to be intentionally like left out, but then sometimes it's a matter of like, well, I can't because I didn't know about that because my character wasn't there.
I am offended that you would speak such words.
Because you can't run from the truth.
Well,
you know what? I blame everybody taking different sleep cycles.
I don't need to sleep.
I blame somehow every campaign we end up with like 2 elves and a warforged and like, I only need
disagreeing with me, right?
I sleep 4 hours. I sleep 6 hours. I don't sleep, and then no one knows who's had what conversations with who.
Look, I went human. You can't blame me on this one.
Fuck all y'all. Everybody's human next campaign.
Of course, I just come into this conversation after like a minute and a half of not having internet, and I'm just sitting here like, oh my, what did I just miss?
Oh no, they're talking shit about me being a warforged.
Special.
You didn't miss anything.
Anyway,
I feel like
back to reality.
Like it just hits him now.
Oh, hey man.
Soren pops up and he's like, so we were talking about this ritual, and he just like slowly turns around and looks at V and he's like, there
shit.
It is.
So I know who's in there.
Is everything okay out here?
Oh yeah, sorry, we're just being watched by probably Miram at the moment, but he didn't like hear any of the planning, but he was watching us.
Hunter of Dragon watches? Is she like...
Wait, no, back to the ritual. Fine. This is a little more pressing, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so, side note, Soren, the ritual, and like point backwards at V, just like there. But yeah, we're also being watched, so like, important information to process.
It's an arcane eye, isn't it? I say this not for meta knowledge, but from like the whole Inquisitors fucking spying on us all the time with an arcane eye that Soren remembers.
It's a useful spell.
It is, in fact, both an eye and arcane.
This is still happening before we've had a long rest, right?
We're during a long rest right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Broad
we've not
daylight
had
and
a
everything.
long rest yet.
Yeah, this is that part of like you only need 6 hours of sleep but 8 hours of rest. This is kind of that like 2 hours of gray area. And then you know
My
your
eyes are
fucking
just glowing.
your extra weirdos like Jury who just take the full 8 hours to do whatever they want. You know how it is. This is that like gray area time that doesn't really exist in the timeline.
Oh, I was also casting Find Familiar during this, so friend is back. For how long? Oh.
Chirp chirp, motherfucker.
I do not have my spells, so I can't restore it. Or I can't do the thing.
DM,
Mhm.
what I had seen earlier, do I still see it?
The eye?
No, not the eye, the other thing. The one in the sky.
Oh, that one. Yeah, he's out there. I mean, granted, I mean, you see where Wolverine Bay is compared to you guys. Like, he's a fucking distance off, but yeah, he's just circling.
And looking back towards the quarry, there doesn't seem to be anything coming towards us, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have a passive
but-
perception of 21. I would let you know.
You know, sometimes you just gotta make sure.
That's
Listen,
fair.
Given
I respect
everything
it.
that's going on right now, I just want to cement what we know about the ritual real quick. So, you're saying that V was a part of it.
I mean, I feel like it's like a safe assumption to make. She doesn't remember a whole lot because, you know, and he like taps his head. But, yeah, I mean, she was there and now she's headless. I feel like, you know, there's a correlation there. Some sort of sacrifice of sorts.
Okay, well, we know that the ritual involved a sacrifice. That's a start at least. But
I mean,
don't
most of them
know-
do.
Yes, yeah. I mean, like I said, knowing the ritual for me was a part of trying to figure out if there was a way we could counteract this ritual and sort of cut him off, as it were, at least dampen his power when we go into that
Say
final
that
fight.
last part one more time.
I'm sorry for the accidental pun. If there's a way we could counteract his ritual so that we could cut him off from his power,
no, that's not.
weaken him
Yeah.
from the in the final
Counteract.
fight.
The ritual was never meant to give him power. It never did give him power.
Right. This is I don't know this. Soren doesn't know this.
Yeah, that's why V is piping up.
Oh,
then what was the purpose of the ritual?
My understanding, the ritual was to bind the dragon and to remove his influence from this realm and bestow it on someone else.
So it was.
It wasn't the dragon. It wasn't the dragon that did the ritual.
So Miram
Father
performed
did the ritual.
So
Father
Miram
did the
performed the ritual to.
No,
bind
Dad did.
the-
Miram's the dragon. Dad's trying.
Oh,
to
I thought
to
Dad
bind
was
the-
Miram. Sorry, my bad. What's your
performed
father's
this
name?
ritual to steal the dragon's power and make it his own, but it did not work.
Correct.
And
Okay.
that ritual involved
A sacrifice.
Nazra just covers her mouth and just.
Alright. Sorry if this is rough for all of you. That gives us a lot of good knowledge. We know a
Yeah,
sacrifice
no, we've
was
already
made.
processed all of this. Like,
Oh, okay.
you know, the
Then
whole
I'll
head loss. I mean, for the most part. However, you did mention.
But
I
V's
mean,
still
once
here.
again, there was no. Yeah, right. Once again, there was no power gained, but you did mention counteracting, in which case, B. You know, you still don't have your head, and I feel like we've kind of overlooked the fact that it's probably here somewhere.
On my to-do list.
Okay, so if we're gonna counteract this ritual, there's a few options it seems we have. V's still here, albeit -1 head, but that's still worth noting. That means that whatever this ritual did, whatever the intended things were, whatever actually ended up happening, something didn't go right. If we can analyze this ritual, if we can figure out why V's still here, if we can find where V's head is, maybe we can figure out what exactly went wrong with this ritual. And if we can figure out what went wrong with this ritual,
There you
maybe
go.
we can find
You got
some
it, buddy.
way
I
to
believe
use
in
it-
you.
Maybe we can find
Wait.
some way to use it against Mirum.
Adam, are we aware that, for instance, with Lavinia, her transferring power was due to a more innately evil being showing up? Correct?
Oh, yeah.
Do we know that?
So sort of, yeah. There's a little bit more to it than it's not just that he showed up, it's that he was put there.
Yeah.
And you know, Lavinia wasn't really fussed about it because it was her first shot at freedom for a while.
Mhm.
So
And then she wanted her power back, so she killed him.
correct. So would it? Are you basically asking, like, would it be a safe leap to assume the same thing here?
Yeah, so for starters, Dad probably conducted the ritual
Mm-hmm.
to trap the dragon in a sense that he was trying to take over power. And was he trying to defeat the dragon, or was he trying to capture it? I guess we
David,
wouldn't know that.
correct me.
David would know that.
Correct me on my meta knowledge if I'm wrong here, but he was essentially looking for a scapegoat. He wanted someone else to be the one trapped here. And so he called in this dragon who Miram, I mean, he was a very powerful dragon at the time, and he was like, like, why do I care? And he's like, well, I'll give you this, yada, yada, yada. And ritual and sacrifice completed. Now Miram is appeased, and now Miram is the most evil creature who has been, thanks to the ritual, trapped here. And so thus becomes the
Meta
Dark Lord.
knowledge, that is very much correct, and V has been lying about
Yeah.
a lot of this.
There you go. So that's like the understanding of everything here. However, how much of that does Atrum know? I would say none, or little to none.
Except for what James, the mind behind Atrum, is piecing together at the moment,
Correct.
which is
I can't speak to what
still
little
not
bit of
really
clockwork is happening back there.
understanding why Dad performed the ritual, because I feel like doing something evil would give him higher, I don't know, ranking on the evil scale per se in
Look
this
at it-
domain, which
look at
would
it this
bring
way.
him closer to being
On
ruler of
the
the domain.
insight check, you do realize V has not given you all the information you wanted.
Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, look
Right.
at it this way. The man was willing to sacrifice his daughter for freedom. He sent his son off for kicks and giggles. He clearly was not a very good person to start with. So, like, is it really that far of a reach for him to be like, he was gonna be here regardless? Is it that much of a reach for him to be looking for someone else to take the flak? He's obviously a pretty shitty person.
So then,
It's the target. Is he going to be the shitty person regardless of what his V said, or Is he
it's the
trying not to be, or is he trying to be the main shitty person?
it's the
like
beheading my
loving-
own daughter for me.
It's just one daughter. I mean, he still had a son.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
What is a
Backtracking-
child?
Let's continue.
Backtracking a little bit, I guess. The insight check, I could tell V was lying. And
You could tell she
David, this
wasn't
is more a
telling the whole
question for
truth.
you. Right, wasn't telling the whole truth. Was she telling the truth when I asked if she knew where Dad was?
Yes,
And she said
does
she does not know.
she does not know.
Okay. So we don't even know if he's still here. Like, in this domain.
Well, we know, I guess, what is left of him is in Tristram.
Do you though?
Well, we were told, but I mean, as much as we know everything else.
Yeah, granted, 10
What's
years
left
has
of
passed,
V
so,
might
you
be
know.
what's left of V might be still interesting.
I'm glad we decided to have this conversation.
I'm just
There's
surprised
all
you guys
these
don't have these
pieces.
conversations more.
There's all these pieces, and they're just out and about,
Yeah?
and they're not going together. They're not going together.
One of these
Fuck.
days, y'all are gonna catch on.
No, I won't.
I know.
Don't
I
be
believe in you.
ridiculous. No, we won't.
Joke's on you. I refuse to catch on.
See, this is my favorite part of all of this, right? Because I do like a whole lot of overarching world building, and then I just kind of let the little stuff figure itself out, right? And then we've got people like Ruben who are just
Right?
furiously taking notes all the time and like always trying to figure it out. And then we've got people like James, and we've got people like James who try to figure it out when it matters. And it's like, you know,
I
And
have
then-
nothing written down since the ticket booth. Nicholas was the goblin.
yep.
They
Yeah.
put one thought into the campaign one time ever.
Yep. And then we have people like,
Nicholas was the goblin.
and then we have people like Chris
That's
who
what I
just
know.
actively avoid, and it makes for this great, like, hey,
Dynamic.
yeah, it's great.
Okay.
We got people like Ruben where it's just kind of like, oh, all these horrible revelations. Ruben's like, wait, no. Before we get fucking off kilter again, I gotta figure this shit out.
I'm waiting for the day that Ruben realizes that he's actually writing the story and Adam's just pivoting off of Ruben.
That
Okay.
I am in hell and isn't
Hey.
that
Don't throw
I
my
am in
secrets
hell.
out there, Josh.
What? That Ruben figured out a long
Come
time ago
on.
that there aren't specified solutions to these problems, and I have to come up with a good story that solves them. So Adam will be like, "Yep, that's exactly how I
Man.
intended for you to get over
you
it."
were totally
It's
right.
crazy
I
that
picked that
that's
trick
how
up from my last
DMing
group.
works.
No, it's not. Why are you
Look.
revealing all our secrets? What the fuck?
Look, I make worlds. You guys make
But
the
It
stories.
was a thought in Adam's mind. It's like, oh yeah, they could come up with something to counteract the ritual.
That's why
No,
we're
I
too
just assumed
similar,
something
Adam.
like that would be
We're too
I-
similar.
I just think
No,
something like that would be cool.
I ran into this problem too many times when I was trying to create my own story with my first campaign, and then like every time somebody would say something, I was like, man, that would have been so much cooler, but no, it's like this. So now I just no,
You
fuck
just
that.
let it flow.
Yeah, man. I make the world,
Okay.
you guys tell the stories. Shit.
Okay,
So-
okay.
So here's hold on. Here's where we're at. We know the ritual was performed,
Mhm.
and it involved sacrificing V. Your
Mhm.
father, whose name is, please tell me again.
My father's name, because no one else will know my
I
father's
know
name.
that. Do I know that? Do I know his name?
You do know his name. You better
Okay,
fucking
yeah.
know his name.
Yes.
I would hope so.
Guys,
I
we
have
gotta
it
pick
written
this
down
up
over here,
before-
but while I look
His
for
name
it,
is
you go ahead and
Fandor.
say.
Yeah.
His
Fandor?
name is Fandor.
Great, now I can make that World Anvil article. Perfect.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
So Fandor sacrificed V,
Mhm.
and in an attempt to bind or hold or control Miram's power. Like take Miram's own willpower away from them, essentially. Was Miram inherent? Do we know if Miram was inherently? I mean, dragon. What kind of dragon was Miram? Evil.
Miram was a silver dragon.
He is a silver
So
dragon.
not a bad
No, so
dragon.
not
then.
evil. I mean, not innately evil.
Well, not innately evil. You know, there's no fucking gauging on, whether like Rurik was a corrupt lands or something, and like Miram was asserting dominance, being like, y'all motherfuckers crazy. So we don't know that. But Fandor sacrificed V in an attempt to control Miram. Didn't fucking go as planned. And Fandor kind of merged with Mirik? Is that what I'm getting?
No.
No.
I don't know.
So
I have no idea.
So Fandor did this ritual to essentially ensure that there was a more powerful creature here. A different target for the domain to anchor, right?
Okay, so
thereby forcing the domain to anchor on Miram. Miram now being a permanently trapped Dark Lord is like, well, fuck it. If I'm here and now I'm the bad guy, bitch, I'm gonna be the bad guy.
However, Adam, this is meta knowledge because he has literally told the opposite of this information.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so
this is
Let's talking about meta knowledge then and continue onward.
Okay, please, okay.
Okay. But we have, in our own knowledge, pieced together that supposedly
a ritual has gone down. There is a dragon
ritual
here.
has gone down. There's a dragon here.
There's 12 years have gone by of it wrecking shit of our homeland.
Mm-hmm.
So in-game, we know a ritual was performed. What do we think the ritual was, the purpose of the ritual was?
A binding spell to absorb the power of the dragon, so that
didn't go well.
That didn't go the way it was supposed to go, for Fandor to become the big bad of this domain.
So we think in-game, based on knowledge we've received, that Fandor tried to absorb the power of Miram, and then that went faulty, and now Miram is like pissed the fuck off and taking it out on like the lands of Rurik that have been sent to the Shadowfell. While out of game, in reality, it was a bid by Fandor to make sure he wasn't the strongest, evilest thing in the lands of Rurik to become the Lord of the Domain when it went to the Shadowfell.
Correct.
Okay. In-game, want to establish this. Does anyone here... I will ask Atrum and V. Do you guys know what kind of dragon Miram was before this whole ritual stuff? Like what, was it a chromatic dragon? Are we looking at some sort of like metal dragon? Like what's going on here?
Look at V.
He is a metal dragon.
Do you know what kind? Brass, silver, gold? Sorry, I know it's
would actually V recall.
Oh yeah, because he would have shown up before the ritual was performed. So yeah.
Okay, so
He
you
was
would
a bronze dragon.
Fuck you. I have no reason to not believe you. Okay, that still changes things slightly. We didn't know this before. Miram was a bronze dragon that wrongfully had a ritual performed on them in a bid to steal their power. I know dragons are fickle and everything, but still can't help it.
Lies!
Feel bad. He just stops speaking and looks at Astrid, who is just spoken out like in the
You will not lie of the greater ones.
Are you calling me a liar?
Yes, you called them fickle.
Oh,
I know what this word means.
I mean, historically, in my experience, which is a long time, sometimes dragons are fickle, yes. I mean, if I was Miram, I would feel very disrespected. We've already destroyed a portion of him. But underneath all that, Miram is still a bronze dragon. And we don't know anything about where Miram came from or who Miram was, and I'm putting that on our list of things to figure out. While Miram might be keeping the specifics of the ritual close to his chest, there's bound to be something out there that tells us about who Miram was before all of this. And maybe if we can figure more stuff out about this ritual and who Miram was. We haven't had an opportunity to do this many times since we came here, nay, since we came to the Shadowfell. But maybe, just maybe, there's the smallest possibility that we could save what's left of Miram. If not, then free it from whatever hell it's trapped in right now. Wouldn't that be a better justice to Miram than simply going around and trying to murder him? Miram's got a pretty good reason for trying to murder us right now. Miram had an injustice done unto them, and they're just fighting because, gods, they've been fighting for over the past 10 years, just because they've been put in this position, doomed to be a lord of this domain in the Shadowfell. Wouldn't you all be upset as well?
I do
I
have
believe
a
he should be
question.
removed.
Why exactly are we staying away from Tristram? I know we say it is dangerous, but why exactly?
That's a good question. We were informed by, I don't remember her name right now. What was the Order of Aegis's member's name? Who we
Elswin.
met at Feyrock? Elswin?
Mm-hmm.
Elswin informed us that there were 3 parts to Miram. The body and the essence and the shadow, and that they existed in different places. But even when we defeated all 3 of those, that Miram would still be alive. What's left of Miram, the actual tangible part of him, we were told by Kelswin was located in Tristram. That's why we're avoiding it. It's where, presumably, Miram is at their most powerful. It's where we go to end Miram if that is the path we decide to take.
Then why do we need to?
Destroy the essences?
Yes,
I don't want to. I don't know about you, but I don't want to go roll up on Miram in Tristram, and then 3 of his essences that we know how powerful they are roll up to support him. But the bigger question here, this is. I'm sorry. I am dedicated. I really am. And after learning everything we've just talked about just now, I'm curious. Nay, I won't be satisfied with just murdering Miram after all of this. I know how much he's taken from all of you and how much all of this is meant to you, Atrim, and to you, V. But would it really be satisfying to the both of you right now if Miram just died and you never found out the truth about what happened? About why Miram was targeted like this, about who Miram was before all of this, about the real reason that Fandor performed this ritual? Don't you want that closure?
That is why I ask, because I feel as if all of our answers lie within Tristram. So could we not go and potentially not have to fight? Isn't that always an option?
Well, we could
Gotcha.
hope, but, and I'm gonna point at the eye that no one else sees. Like, we're also being watched, so, like, if we go to Tristram, presumably the most of Miram's power is in Tristram, and I would imagine with him watching us, he would call all of that power back to Tristram if he knew we were going there.
You really putting me in the shitter, Josh. I'm really trying to manifest information being anywhere but Tristram, but you're really insisting that it's all in Tristram right now.
I am simply asking the questions.
I know what I hate it. Jury, you're right. After everything we've gone over just now, I feel, and correct me if this isn't the right way to express this, I'm still just learning about feelings and existing after all. I feel pity for what's happened to Miriam. I mean, yes, it's true. I want more than nothing for there to be some sort of good solution to this, one where Miriam is restored, or one where he's set free from this ungodly existence he's been put into by forces completely outside of his control, but we have to ask ourselves that question that Jury just posed. Is Miriam too far gone? Is the tragedy that's befallen him too great for us to even fathom correcting? Is it in our power to help Miriam, or do we simply just put him out of his misery? I don't know. I don't know the answer to any of these questions. I need more information. I need my brother. I need Hogarth. I need you guys.
Well, I do have another question. Is what is the goal here? We keep saying the goal is to defeat Miriam, but why? Is it to cleanse the land? Will defeating Miriam clear the lands of the curse? If no, then why defeat Miriam? If we know the true, and he'll do the air quotes, if we know the true evil in this land is U2's father, why wouldn't we focus on him rather than Miriam?
As much evil as my father has done, he is not the true threat. It is the dragon.
I understand.
How do you know that? If he's the one that performed this ritual, if he's the reason that Miriam is like this, and he's not as the true evil here, then perhaps going after Fandor is our ticket to figuring out how to combat Miriam. Maybe Fandor can tell us more about the ritual. Maybe Fandor knows more about Miriam's past.
I were to see my father, I would remove his head as much as I would want to remove this dragon's. I have destroyed one part of this dragon. If I destroy the rest of it, this domain will no longer be trapped here, for I am no longer killing the dragon. As V grabs her sword and places it before you all to show the awakened magic that stirs inside of it. Every part of him lays in here. Every part that I take, his essence is shattered. I gain my strength, and he will finally rest somewhere else, not in these shadowed lands. He is far too gone. He has been on death this entire time. He murders people, corrupts them with a plague.
V. I've done those things. You want to talk about people that have murdered thousands? I don't even have access to all of my memories. I don't know how long I've existed as a seer. I don't know how many people I've killed, how many I've eaten, how many cults I've been at the head of. I think Miriam should die. What do you think I deserve?
I stand with Soren. I much time. Have any? I
Is
wouldn't.
anyone else hearing Connor? He's kind of
Yeah,
coming
you're
in.
cutting
he's
in and out.
very
quiet
sorry.
again.
Dang it! I've gone quiet again.
I
I
did have
got
to turn you up.
Hold on. Now I'll turn myself up.
Oh
Okay.
no.
How's
Yeah,
that?
I had him at 200% and it still wasn't working.
Oh god.
Is that better?
Sounds better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. As she's this is I'm with Soren here. I don't fully understand why you are insisting that he must die, but I understand that you are. This is far more personal for the two of you. I will follow your wishes, but know that the path of vengeance doesn't always give you the satisfaction you want from it.
Wasn't about satisfaction.
I would
don't mean
mirror
to
Sorry.
say, I don't mean to break up the conversation, but again, I ask if, and it's just to clarify, and I want these people helped, but once we kill Miram, if we know that Miram is not the Dark Lord here, then how will that help the lands? Because isn't your father the true Dark Lord here?
No. He tried to be the Dark Lord because he wanted to have the power of this place.
But he failed, hence trapping Miram here.
Miram was never trapped.
But
Miram
is
was here.
now.
He's
And
in
so-
a tomb of his own making.
And so you suggest by killing Miram and trapping Miram inside of your sword, then we can then transport them somewhere else, then curing this land.
I do not trap him in my sword. I destroy his existence so he be released from this place.
Well,
And
that
without
answers my questions then.
and without a being of true evil here, my people should be free.
Then I think there are no more questions. I think we know what we must do.
And what is that?
Exactly as you propose. We destroy Miram, and then we save your lands. I agree with you. I just wanted to make sure that I had all of the facts. I don't worry myself with feelings or worries or anything of that nature. I wanted to make sure I understood truth. If the truth is the only way to clear this land is by destroying this essence or this being that is trapped here, then that is what we must do. It is obvious.
I can't say I agree with this. I mean, we are here for you. And I will see to it that we do what you wish, as it is your and Atrum, and he puts a little bit of emphasis on the and Atrum decision about what we should do here. But I fear for the outcome of this. If Miram is the Dark Lord here and we murder them, then who becomes the new one? How do we know that this realm is just returns to the light? We have no empirical evidence of this. Further, I follow Nosra's sentiment of vengeance being less than satisfactory. To a degree, I follow that sentiment because from personal experience, and he thinks back to some of the tragedies Quark's befallen, it never does quite get what you want. But that isn't my only sentiment towards this regard. We just had to flee from their body after one of our friends. I struggle to say the word betray because I know that isn't the whole truth. I fear that in this quest for vengeance against Miram and Fandor, not that you won't get the satisfaction that you want, but that you'll kill some of us in the process. Whether intentional or by accident. For something like vengeance.
You
I want
truly
you to be-
doubt your own strength, Soren. The oversight was I did not expect Gabby to choose power over us.
He kind of squints his eyes. Okay. But my condition from the very beginning of this conversation still stands. Even if we're not aiming to save Mir, however much it not be his fault that he's in the position he's in right now, we at least owe it to still look up information on that ritual and who Mir was. That information can give us vital clues as to how we can make sure we're the victors of this fight, instead of just wandering in blindly without any semblance of what we're going to do. Miram's body almost petrified all of us. For all we know, we could confront Miram and Tristram, we could snap our fingers, and we could just be frozen in time while he takes his time peeling our skin off of our bodies. He says this as a reference to someone using time, one of the Inquisitors using time stop in the previous campaign. Which he knows that none of you would know about, but it's like kind of like a normal person would be interpreting this as hyperbole, but like in Soren's mind, it's an extremely real possibility that could happen. So,
Also understand this, Soren. If we do find the answers in the ritual, also know that I am also most likely bound to this ritual.
wouldn't you want to know what your part in all of this is?
No.
Last question.
I would not want to know what heinous plot my death was for.
What if you kill the dragon and you die as a result?
Then
What
at
if
least
no
the
time-
dragon is gone. And my people are safe.
One last question. What if this realm isn't freed when Miram dies? What if, like the realm we were in before, Lord of the Domain is simply transferred? What if Fandor becomes the Lord of this domain after Miram perishes? I doubt Fandor is our biggest fan.
Very good. You see the light glow of V's soul that lightly glows the eye slot of the helmet. slowly fades away. It is just an empty slit of no light of anything. Please pray, Soren, that never happens.
I'll take your word for it. In your opinion,
I do
when-
understand your concern of a endless cycle. If this becomes too far of a journey, I will help you find your answers. If you promise me that you will help me finish mine.
You see a twinge of, like, for a second, his, instead of like his eyebrows like furrowed like they've been, for a second they turn to more of like a concern for like, you hit him in the soft spot. Throughout this entire conversation, he almost, like, I didn't even realize it role playing this, but throughout this entire conversation, he hasn't even been considering that, like, this is all for like the good of yeah, like, for, like, almost throughout the entire time Soren has been here, it's been like a, how can I best assist you so that we can get to like finding Carter? Like, I need to, like, what's the quickest way to do that? And maybe throughout this conversation, Atrim and V have noticed that this seems like for a star spawn, this seems like genuine concern. Like, Soren seems genuinely concerned for these lands and your people and what has transpired here. Call it the tragedies he's witnessed across his time. Call it him evolving, like, as he starts to learn what becoming like immortal like actually means. But that tiny bit of, like, you know, like resistance, like, it would just show you that, like, he actually is as concerned for his people as you seem to be. Obviously not as you, because you come from here and you've experienced all of this stuff for yourself, but thank you. Atrim, I didn't mean to ignore you in all of this, but if you have anything to add, I'd very much appreciate it if either of the both of you could think of any better place other than trying to make peace with Miram that we could find information on this ritual, on your father, or on who Miram was before all of this went down. Any of the above would be extremely helpful in figuring out how to weaken him further so we don't run in blind.
Well, Soren, if I may just say, I mean, you seem to, for some reason, throw yourself in the same boat as Miram, hoping to find a good still left in him. But there is a difference between you and him, and that's that you want to change, you want to get better, you're trying to do so. He is actively causing pain and chaos to untold numbers of people, so don't sit here and think for a second that you two are the same. There is a difference.
Can I give you a hug? Can I give Atrim a hug?
Sure.
He kind of like walks up to you and he looks not sure. Like, humans and mortals do this sometimes, but he's not really used to it. But he remembers giving a hug back to Lyle way back when, and she like gritted through it, but like accepted it. And he's feeling the same feeling here, and he kind of like pulls you into a hug, and he tells you, I used to not be sure of these things, and I really appreciate that. I know I'm not a monster anymore, and that's why I'm fighting so hard to make sure that whatever still has a hold of me never sees the light of day again. I am me. I am my own person. I make my choices now. Not a star spawn. Not some madness from the far realms. Not even... And he just kind of says... Atrim, I remember confirming this with you earlier, but do you speak, Undercommon or Deep Speech or Primordial or Abyssal? I think it was Abyssal that you also spoke.
I speak Undercommon.
Undercommon. He kind of says it in Undercommon, but it doesn't look like he's meant to say it on purpose in Undercommon. But when he says, not a star spawn, not the memories from the far realms or the madness, and then he says, not even and then he says, her, in undercommon. Like, we're playing the pronoun game here. And he says, I meant it. Sometimes it feels like dream-like impressions, all of those horrible things I did. Just remembering I could do them hurts me sometimes. And I know I'm not that person anymore. So thank you for reassuring me of that. And I do want to get better. And I deeply regret almost hurting you guys and almost taking your lives away back at the circus. But you're missing a key detail there. Maybe one that I haven't shared with you because it hasn't been relevant up till now. I didn't start out wanting to change. I was dragged, kicking and screaming from the Fall Realms. My dad went to the Fall Realms and basically kidnapped me and brought me back, and I died in the process, thinking it'd be better to be dead than subjected to whatever dad had for me. And then he merged me with Quark, just to see what would happen. Everything I am right now, no self-deprecation intended, is an accident. I was given a second chance by accident. This is what you see in front of you, a miracle to say the least, and I want to get better. That is true. I think I am. Everything I said just now isn't because I think Miram and I are the same. It's that if it was at all possible to give Miram the same second chance that I managed to get throughout all of that pain and all of that suffering, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't possible before we went forward with this revenge. But if you and V both truly believe that Miram, is beyond saving, doesn't deserve a second chance, it's not possible, it shouldn't be done, then I will fight by your side to make it happen, to give you guys the closure that you need, to help you guys restore your lands and save your people. As Nazar helped me realize, and Lele too, I think this is kind of what I want to do as a person. I think I always admired that about you and V, being part of the Order of Aegis. So I'll trust your judgment. You've got more years of experience doing it than what I do. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply we were the same, just the same at one point. Sorry, that was a lot to get off right there, but I had to point that out, that there were more similarities between Miram right now and where Soren came from than meets the eye.
V.
Hi.
Throughout that whole conversation with Soren, you could kind of feel hands grasping at your back, pulling you. You knew what they wanted, but you ignored it. And about halfway through, you look over and you notice that Atrum is not looking at you. He's looking past you. You know he sees. You know he knows. But you keep on going. And then it's at this moment, as these two are having their conversation, you see almost as if a look on his face, or even almost as if a mask drops over Atrum's face, and the smallest of the pair of hands tightens on the back of your armor. You can feel pulling, yanking, and you just hear, Mom! And looking behind you, the smallest of the ghosts has an immaculately manicured, much longer than normal female arm just dug into their shoulder, digging down into the skin. And the voice rings out in your mind, Mom, come on, please, just tell him. It hurts.
V's frozen, but does not say a word.
You feel the little hands beginning to slip on the slick metal of your armor, and then reaching for that last grasp, they lunge forward, and you see their little fingers grasp around the blade of your sword, just trying to anchor themselves in place. As the fingers slip slowly, and the ghost is pulled and vanishes from sight.
Fuck, what is today's session?
Oh no.
James, hear, no. See, yes.
Oh, I have observant. I can read lips.
Well then, yes.
Oh shit, bro!
Well then, yes.
What is today's session?
No.
I can read. Oh god.
I can read lips.
Oh no!
Read lips.
No.
So that'd be a good place to end it, right?
Hey, we still got
I know.
we still got half an hour of pain.
Still got half an hour, bros. What's going
Oh
on?
no, this is going. We're going.
I gotta say though, I don't like the insinuation that throughout Soren's entire heartfelt confession that Atrium just wasn't paying the fuck attention.
No, I'm
zonked
paying
out halfway
attention.
through.
Oh, no, no,
He zonked
no.
out halfway
Observant.
through.
I'm observant
No.
and perceptive. I hear everything. I know everything.
Here's the
Oh,
thing.
no.
Atrim was paying
Oh.
attention, but so was his patron.
Oh no.
Oh
Drops
no.
drop some
Oh!
F's in chat.
Oh.
You
Oh.
bastard.
Oh god. Soren, during your heartfelt
what's your-
confessions here.
No. Don't let my
No,
heart
yeah, okay, yeah,
away.
no.
What's your
No,
response?
I'm still here.
Pay attention to me, goddammit. No.
Sorry, hold on, I'm shaking. I'm thinking. Hold on.
It's okay. Take your time.
Is Soren crying?
I gave you a hug. Maybe slightly. Yeah, he teared up last time. Probably tearing up.
Sorry. Offhand question, but he's just gonna, I guess, right before that situation, right after Soren's heartfelt confession, he's just gonna like place both hands on either side of Soren's face and like use his thumb to wipe away a tear and just look at him and say, if there is a chance that, actually, I guess I'm gonna say this during that moment. Say, if there is a chance that the worst can be saved, then we will take that chance. And you've also noticed that Atrium's face has gone ghost white. And when he says that, he's gonna throw a quick, noticeable glance back at V and look back at Soren.
Like you said, a quick noticeable.
Oh yeah. He turns and looks at V. And then looks back at Soren.
Kind of like looks a little confused, but he appreciates your calming hands on his face, wiping away the tear. I'd ship it.
I ship it. Man, that's a
not-
180 turn.
Not really. But
On one side, we've got
You don't
On
wanna
one
be a part of
side,
this
we've
one
got
where everyone dies. It's
vampire mommy stealing kids. On the other side, we've got Starspawn falling in love. Oh boy.
you don't
He's
want to
got-
ship this. I've been down this road. Everyone's died. It's
Yeah.
been rough.
I mean, he reaches
You know,
out to you.
last time you two ended up in any kind of relationship, we had Carter. So I don't.
You know,
Are we
Are you
sure about
you
this?
want this?
It's pretty good. It'd be pretty. The audience seemed to enjoy that. So.
My
Oh
God.
god.
My
You
son.
seem
Man,
to
I
enjoy
see
that,
fine.
certainly.
I reach out to you mentally,
Oh,
speaking in
God.
undercommon, and kind of say, "Hey, is everything okay?" You just kind of like seem to trail off for a second there, and you look like you've seen a ghost.
Oh, out of game. That is the worst pun you ever could have made.
I didn't really do it on purpose, but you know.
Oh, you. Just look back at him and
You can respond.
I don't know.
mentally.
It's
You can
oh, yeah, I'll
respond to this
mentally.
message.
You can respond to this message.
Oh. Oh.
Are you sure?
Adam, heads or tails?
Let's see. Yeah, tails.
I look at you and I reach out mentally and I just kind of say like, you know, after everything, it really means a lot to me that you would take the time to hear me out regarding all of this. I know I've been kind of one track since we got here. I mean, Carter means a lot to my brother, and my brother means a lot to me. And when we first got here, I was only concerned about how we could most quickly solve your problem. But given everything that's happened, given everything that I've learned about mortals and caring and wanting to do good by others, everything you guys have taught me, I truly feel the weight of what I did to you guys at the carnival. And I've grown to care for these people in this land and all of the others. And I think I'm finally starting to understand what I want to accomplish. Esville is gone, but we can still do right by the people. We can travel these domains and see to it that they're not living the worst lives possible in the Shadowfell. And it really means a lot to me that you would hear me out given this, because I know this is a very sensitive topic for you, mentally in undercom.
I mean, whatever we can do to help others. And, I mean, at the same time, like, yeah, the carnival was a pretty shit thing, but, like, you know, if you do go ape shit, you know, we're always here to, like, kill you. That was a joke. Don't take it serious.
Is this conversation all happening mentally right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's any
Master just kind of
eyebrows.
Fucking the idea of Jury just standing in a corner, head going 360 while all the shit is falling apart around him. Oh
Meanwhile,
no!
Stop my phone.
Oh boy.
While they're raising their eyebrows, talking to each other in this moment, there is a clanging of metal as V falls to her knees. As everything finally catches up to her.
You can see as you drop to your knees, the claws kind of reaching out again, not quite finding purchase yet, but reaching, looking for someone or something.
V, is everything okay?
I'm gonna put my hand on Soren's chest and just kind of push him behind me slightly.
Atrim?
What's going on?
What?
Atrim? I'm still speaking to you mentally. I'm like, buddy, you looked a little worried there, and now you're pushing me behind you, and I'm a little concerned.
Nazra is going to step forward and reach a hand out towards V. V, are you okay? What?
Touch V's shoulder.
Wait, you don't
the
touch
cold
the-
metal. No, there's a lot more going on here than as she's scared.
As Gabby would say,
You can
more
feel
than
a
meets the eye.
slow heat begin to build up into the metal, where it feels like a hot iron pan is slowly about to sear your skin as a dull light of the soul begins growing brighter and brighter, glowing from the eye slot.
And
I'm gonna
see.
try lash at the hand.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. Go ahead.
Just for clarification, would enough time have passed for a short rest at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh
I
I mean,
shit.
real life, it's been a
shit.
short rest.
Fair enough.
Ah,
Atrum, did you
what's
respond
going
to
on?
anything? Did you respond to anything?
Oh no, unfortunately, he is locked in on V at the moment.
Yeah, that's fair. That's completely fair.
He's
But you know,
got,
we're gonna
like-
put a pin in this. We're gonna put a pin in this, like you said all that time ago. So it's like, oh, I'm gonna put a pin in Soren's star sponsor for now. I'm gonna say, oh, we're gonna put a pin in Atrium's stuff right now.
I'm imagining Atrim's got like hands on both sides of Soren's face, but he's turned him. So he's like, Soren's got his back to V,
Just turn his face.
and he's just staring
Don't look at this.
all the way past Soren, not looking at you at all, just hands on your face, staring over your shoulder at the shit going on behind you.
I thought he pushed me behind you, so I assume we're facing the same direction, but you're still. got
Yeah,
your
I'm
hands
not
on me
actually
behind you.
holding onto your face. It was a
No,
like hand drop to the chest, grabbed your shirt, and pushed you behind me. It was a
Aw, you're
subtle
feeling
but
my-
quick thing.
You're feeling my heartbeat, except I don't really
Yep,
have a
all
heart as a star
7 of
spawn.
them.
All
It's more of like
seven.
it's more of like a
Oh.
furnace for lost souls, but you know, it serves the same purpose.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, V, go ahead and
Also-
make an attack roll.
Need as much firepower in case something
Yeah.
happens.
Swings her blade. I only
So-
cannot get worse shit.
I'm gonna roll a
You're-
hit die
It-
for that short rest.
Actually,
Yo.
I know what it is. Nah. Actually, yeah. Swinging
So,
violently. I'm gonna just swing
also-
violently at it.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's here? Can someone catch me up to speed as to what the fuck is going on?
While you catch Chris up real quick, I gotta
run.
run to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Well, here's what happened. Ruben thought he could make the final boss easier by role playing and figuring out some story stuff, and it led to this.
That answers literally nothing.
Then you're caught up
I
with
think
the
we
rest
need
of us before we know.
Yeah, I think we need to give everybody some time to let this play out for a minute because there's a lot of stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
So
I've been fielding
the-
DMs and
allowing-
whispers like a madman. V,
Sorry.
as you, not just you, don't worry, buddy.
No, I'm trying to let you
Yeah.
have this moment right now.
First attack misses, second attack does hit.
As you sweep out with the blade, it catches and it actually bites on something physical. It like lands in the arm. You can't see most of the body. You just see these like disembodied arms reaching for the second of your smaller ghost companions. And the blade bites into one of the arms, at which point the entirety of the illusion or teleportation gate, however you want to look at it, because it's hard to say if you really understand what's happening, but whatever is visibly playing out in front of you just vanishes, and the entirety of this tall, statuesque vampire woman that you recognize very clearly is standing in front of you. Behind her, just kind of held just out of reach, behind her robes, you can see her son poking his head out around, trying to rush past, but being just kind of held in place, gently yet firmly. And she's kind of staring down at you. Darling, you see, you can pull the wool over the eyes of whoever you'd like. Or, well, you can try to. you're going to have to be much more efficient at it if you think you're going to pull the wool over my eyes. And I have no qualms about making your life miserable. I've been asked to ensure you're giving all the information that you're asked, and so, are you ready to come clean?
There is rapid breathing from V, hyperventilating almost. If she had teeth, they'd be breaking from how clenched they are. There'd be blood. If you harm my son, you will have the worst enemy on your life. Give my son back.
One of her hands kind of goes to her chest in like a shocked expression. Please. I would never. I have my means, but I'm not a savage. Your son will be well taken care of. He may even learn a thing or two. But for now, he's mine.
No. He's mine. V goes mad and rushes at this being of darkness. Not with the sword anymore, but just with her hands.
Okay.
The sword will fall with a heavy thud.
Go ahead and make... Go ahead and make an athletics check. Or, sorry, an attack roll as you're attempting to start a grapple.
Okay, I am not proficient in unarmed strikes, so I just straight strength roll, I think.
Where you at, Vampire Mommy? I haven't opened your stat block in a while.
Vampire Mama, you give me back my son. With
Maybe
23.
you should, maybe
Heyo,
you
there we
should,
go.
you
I
should do what Vampire Mommy does.
yeah.
Okay, good.
I don't
I
know.
rolled nat 20.
Sorry, for
absolutely.
Connor and
Okay,
James. I'm missing some part of that conversation. I don't know if you're talking to me or not. But yeah, even AC be damned, a nat 20 hits as you lunge forward and you manage to grab a hold. And between this connection, this ephemeral and yet real, like, she's not there. She's taking your family who are not there, but have been there all along. And the lines, yeah, the lines become blurred very quickly. And whatever plane she is currently traversing, you grab hold and you pull her and your son back to you, pulling as if your life and your family depended on it. And suddenly the rest of you can see as V rushes across the room and leaps forward, seemingly into nothing. And suddenly she slams into this body, and standing in the room with you all is a statuesque vampire woman. Kind of looks down. Well, This is new. She looks over to you, Atrum. I apologize if I've, ousted you a bit. This has never happened before. This is a new interaction. I'll have to write that down somewhere.
Yeah, a lot of that going around right now as Atrum has an arrow pointed at V.
Indeed. As she's got, like, her hands pinned to her side, looking down at you now, V. Darling, this is so far. Putting yourself through so much. Really, are you sure this is how you want to handle it?
You will release my son. Then we will speak.
I'm quite sorry. I'm under contract. I can't quite do that yet.
These hands go to a slip. They drop from holding her. When she realizes she is also very smart. Why?
She kind of kneels down so that she's on eye level with you. Puts a hand up under your chin.
I don't have a chin.
Well, under your helmet where your chin would be.
Yeah!
See,
Joke's on you.
as much as you are concerned for this family of yours that has stood behind you all the way, you yet neglect the family that has stood beside you all the way. Tell me, darling, why is that? Are you afraid that you're going to lose them as well?
I have lost everything.
And yet here you stand, fighting on every day. Do you know what the difference is between you then and you now? Now, you are a warrior queen. Given the right circumstances, I would have taken you instead, but you are not who I was presented with. So, I will honor the terms of my contract. I will say this. You stand to gain your freedom for the first time in so long, because you now have the power to fight for it. And all you choose to do is look to the past, look to those you have lost. Well, if you do that, then you're just going to lose those who care for you now. But what do I know? She kind of stands up, brushes off her robes. I'm just a mother without any daughters left. Turns and grabs your son by the hand and just starts to
V's hand kind of
slowly
reaches
walk.
out, but she does not move.
As V starts reaching towards her, Nazra steps forward and what's going on? And just steps protectively between V and Lavinia.
Is Lavinia trying to walk away with the child?
Mm-hmm.
This is specifically Lavinia? Oh shit, I thought it was
Yeah.
Dummy.
Gonna.
Yeah,
Oh,
nope, this
fuck.
is Lavinia. Welcome back to the campaign, mommy.
You.
Gonna.
And the sad part is, I'm as tall as Lavinia. You.
Oh,
Wait, can we see the kid that
Oh,
she's
yeah.
walking away with?
Oh, yeah.
oh, we can see the kid too.
So
we
shit.
can see the.
V has very temporarily kind of broken whatever ethereal boundaries, whatever veil blocks her family from you all. Now, those of you who have cast See Invisibility in the past have seen the ghosts that stood with V. Every time that she's used her abilities, you all have seen them. But you are currently seeing in a physical manifestation a man and two children standing behind V. The youngest of the two children, hand in hand with Lavinia, being escorted towards the door.
Oh,
I will
Okay,
say
that we
with-
see that. Okay.
As I see V reaching for the child's hand, Daspin steps forward and, like, with a low grip, a low two-handed grip on the hammer, but you hear Jury's voice say, V, I'm right behind you.
Nazra
doesn't move.
Isn't going to wait for V. Nazra just steps forward and kind of wraps her, like, she's just holding his hand, right?
Yeah, like
Then-
like she's walking away, like she
Hold on,
like she
wait,
owns
no.
the child.
I remember
Nazra-
Lavinia, and I remember how scared we were for stat block.
Nazra doesn't remember
Yeah, we're
that.
not worried about that. We're trying to
Nazra
save
wasn't
V's
there.
child.
Oh, no!
Nazra
oh, fuck.
Nazra wraps her arm around V's child and holds her lantern up towards Lavinia and says,
Oh,
leave
no!
him. He is not your son. He is not your child.
I'm going to
Do you
say
think-
out.
Brother.
I'm gonna say out to Nazra. Everybody stop, everyone wait for a second. Saying this towards Lavinia as well. And the arrow still pointed at V. I'm gonna say, sister, you better start talking, and you better start talking now. What is going on here?
You're my brother. How could you?
Does Lavinia stop?
Mm-hmm. It is worth noting, however, Nazra, that your hands go straight through the kid.
Oh.
While he is visible, he is not, in fact, material.
Is Lavinia tangible?
Only one way to find out.
V for the moment.
That's not a good question.
Don't worry, guys. Friends got this.
Friends got this.
Oh, God.
He's just like flying in the doorway. He's not gonna attack, but I just like the like we're all in this position right now, like ready to be like, what's going on? And Friends like flying in the doorway, like.
I imagine Friends over at the physical doorway, and
Yeah,
Lavinia
oh, yeah.
just has an ethereal doorway behind her that she's getting ready to walk through.
Lavinia, however, does turn around at your assault, I guess, Nazra. Kind of shies away from the lantern a bit, but looks out over all of you. Looks back down to you, V. See how ready they are to fight for you? And yet here you are. Disappointing. Looks over to you, Atrum. Is this what you wanted? The whole world
Does she have-
knows. They all know
Does
she
she have
lied.
both children?
No,
Just
just the
one.
youngest.
Just the
They-
youngest.
They
Okay.
know now that she lied. Would you like me to keep going? Or has this been enough pain for everyone?
Like, look away from, like, aiming with the bow and look to her so she knows that I acknowledge her speaking. But just gonna look back at V again, like, please, you've got to tell me something. I don't understand.
What don't you understand?
What are you lying to us about? What is actually going on here? What is so important that you would lose not just your brother, but you would lose your children for?
She turns almost as quickly as snapping bones. You've seen ghouls and undead immediately as if picking up the scent of prey almost, staring at her brother. I wouldn't sacrifice any of you. I am the victim. I am here to right all the wrongs.
I am here to help you in that matter. But to what end? Where does this leave us all? What is the goal here?
Are the same still, Atrim. Save this land. Go home.
Insight?
Give her.
Far as you can tell, doesn't seem to be lying about that. If one thing,
We already knew. Lavinia
Yeah.
said
Any
that there
truth
was
withheld there?
if one thing has held true this entire time, throughout the entirety of the conversation, V's mind has been well and truly focused on the people of this land. That is one thing that, amidst all the half-truths and the white lies, the one thing that has never rung as a falsehood to you is she is thoroughly concerned about the people of this land.
They were trying to stop you. I saw it. What were they trying to stop you from? What was so important that you were ignoring them? That you were losing your own self, your own family.
I am stopping both the problems. I am not strong enough to stop Fandor. The dragon needs to fall. Not just for me, not just so that we can defeat Father, but to protect the people. He is also a problem. He's been a threat the entire time. He has taken this whole land. But it was through the dragon our father slipped away. I intend to use the same thing. Take the dragon and show Father that he will not run from his faults.
And you would lose everything in the process.
I have already lost everything. I had lost you long before I had fallen. You weren't there. You didn't see the gym.
May not have been there then, but I'm here now, and all you're trying to do in this moment, once again, not only to me, you're trying to push your family away. I understand that there's pain
Yeah.
and malice
To
towards
protect
whatever.
all of you. It's not your burden to bear.
These are my people as much as they are yours.
That's why I must protect you too. My life doesn't matter, Jim. Yours does. Yours and everyone here in Rooks. Ruin.
What more does mine mean than yours? I've done nothing but hunted and killed my entire life.
As Father threw you away.
As he threw all of us away.
You still have a life. That's right. Mine is gone. I am still here, and I am going to end all of Father's plan. All of the dragons. Maybe I could be your sister again.
As far as the sword goes,
Hmm.
because from the detect magic, I would know what magics abound around it, I guess.
Hmm.
And knowing that her family trying to stop her, would I know whether this sword is either corrupting or consuming her?
Doesn't seem to be.
It's just channeling power.
Yeah.
Question: How is Lavinia here? Didn't she become the lord of her domain when we killed the druid?
Welcome to having a warlock patron.
Okay.
Yeah, this
I
is
mean-
all a Trim's.
That's
This is
actually interesting.
the
though,
100%
because
on a trim.
if we get confirmation on this, then on like this fact, then I think that's actually interesting. Sorry, that there are some things such as the pact between a warlock and their patron that are stronger than the bind of a lord of domain to their dread. It can physically like pull them or release part of them from that domain. That's pretty interesting.
I mean, further research would be required. Like, is Lavinia actually here, or is this a manifestation, and yada yada. But even you, back in the circus, your patron showed up. Like, patrons.
Yeah, but my patron is like inside me.
True, but patrons and warlocks have a very unique relationship, and that relationship can manifest itself in very particular ways.
Noted. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt what's going on here. A lot of stuff I'd love to say, but I want to let you guys have your thing.
And just a really quick clarification: when Lavinia put the child's hand into Nazra's, he became tangible for her?
No, there's just an ephemeral hand holding yours.
Gotcha. So he is not technically, he's still not tangible, but it's kind of like holding the child's hand in the house. The two children from
Halvrest Manor.
the house, Halvrest Manor,
Mhm.
where it's like they were kind of just miming holding the hand?
Pretty much, yeah.
Got it. Then yeah, but that's what Nazra does.
No, Josh. My initial reaction is to be that I feel like that would go the other way around, but then I think of Lavinia, and it really wouldn't. Like that's
Oh,
pretty.
I know what I said.
Look, she's the patron. I'm the warlock.
Oh no!
Okay.
We don't call
if
her.
you're-
We don't
if
call
you're
her
watching-
mommy for nothing.
If you're
Oh,
watching,
yeah.
just tune into the memes channel, like on our Discord right now. You'll see what the fuck
Terrible.
we're laughing at.
Terrible. Terrible.
I'm,
V stares at a trim.
I'm still so confused. Nature, what's going on? Make sense of all of this for me, for us.
It's hard to make sense when I don't entirely understand myself.
Lavinia walks over to you again, V. And then standing behind you, looks at everyone else. There is only one person here who can make sense of any of this. And, well, as much as I adore him, it is not that buffoon over there. But, and she looks now to you, Atrum. I presume our agreement is complete?
Can I speak to her telepathically?
Sure.
Lee.
You bastard.
While the whispers are going around,
Mhm.
like Nazra is kind of standing protectively between the child and Lavinia, and by extension the rest of the party and Lavinia, save V. Atrim is talking and pointing an arrow. What is Soren and Bridget
Astrid.
Astrid doing right now?
Thorn has been watching all this shit go so many places, and is not thoroughly satisfied with the answers V has given.
Nope.
Not in the slightest.
What's Astrid up
Astrid
to?
has
Yeah, what's Astrid doing?
Astrid has no idea what's going on, but she's been watching from outside the window or inside the house, like through the window, and she's glaring at Lavinia. Okay,
Yeah.
here's a question: is she clearly vampire?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah, glaring
Mommy.
at her.
Oh yeah.
Also,
kinda-
Nazra's lantern would be glowing green right
Oh,
now
yeah.
because it's an undead.
I have a million thoughts going through my head. Why is V keeping this stuff from us? Why does V think that destroying Miram and then going after Fandor is the order of operations? Why is V absorbing Miram
Forget
as
that.
a
Oh,
power
who-
source and using it as
who
a
is
power
that?
source?
Who is
I'm
that
not
woman?
I'm not gonna forget that. It's crucially important information. I'm sorry, Nazra. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna forget it. What is your question, Nazra?
For right now, at least. What? We can worry about what it is later. Who
Oh.
is that?
Lavinia,
Who is-
Nazra, Lavinia. This is
Huh?
ask Lily.
Lavinia kind of
This is
nods.
Mommy. She like affirmative nod. It's like, oh, you're looking good, Starspawn. You look more confident in yourself. You still look like a piece of shit, though. God damn it.
She kind of nods over towards you, Atrim, in, recognition. And then V, you feel her hands under your arms as she lifts you to your feet. And a bit more quietly and much less dominatrixly, much more
Not possible. possible.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Not
I'm
possible.
sorry, Dom, but you also have another Dom in the room. We
Yeah.
are equal Doms here. You're just a vampire.
In much more of a like friendly manner. She kind of like puts, after picking you up, puts her hands on your shoulders. Darling, look at this. Every one of them ready to go to war. All because of you. And they don't even understand why. This one, fool as she is, was ready to try and fight me for you. Your brother, willing to wage war on an entire countryside on your behalf. Every one of them ready to lay down their lives for one another. Is it really worth it all? You won't get far by yourself. Trust me. Even I wouldn't have made it without my darling husband. Trust them. Let them help you. And with that, she turns around, walks about 3 steps, and vanishes from sight.
Thanks, Mom. See you for dinner.
What about the spirits she was holding?
Nazra is currently holding the child.
Oh, okay. Just confirming.
Okay. So she is
So
gone?
a physical representation of the child or another manifestation?
A visible manifestation of the child.
Just
Yeah,
like-
it-
The
it's-
other
It's
two
like an
still
actual
visible as well?
ghost. It's an actual ghost.
Yeah, like he has his hand in Nazra's hand, but it's like you can tell it's kind of phasing through.
Nazar, don't worry. She's a nice lady. She's just she's nice. She's good. She's nice.
Is she?
I mean, she experiments, but like not. She's nice. Just leave her alone. She's a nice vampire. Nice vampire lady.
Nazra's eyes kind of widen a little bit as you say experiment.
Say vampire and experiment. Okay. Poor choice of words. Very, very poor choice of words and phrasing. Nice, as opposed to yours. Okay, you know what? Not the conversation for right now. Turns back to me.
Yep, she did say that.
She did indeed say that.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What bearing does that hold?
In reverse, in referral to her children, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she
Ah.
has no more children. That is, She was very well composed for someone who was ripped apart when one of them was. Okay, well, you know what? We will cycle back to. We're gonna put a pin in that.
To be fair, she was just about to steal one of my children.
You know what? I think she's earned it. I'm just kidding.
Children come and go.
I'm kidding. I'm
Patrons
kidding.
last forever.
Children are temporary, patrons are forever.
You wanted the
I need that on a t-shirt.
I'm sorry. Back to one.
So, gonna
5, actually.
gonna lower the arrow. Ugh, fuck.
He stands silent. Nazra has your son.
Seriously, after all this, is still nothing?
You've got to tell us what
We got-
what the fuck is going on here. All right, I get you want to sacrifice yourself and save everybody around, but all of this that's going on, why haven't you haven't helped us in any of the matters? We don't, like she said, we don't even know why we're here. I want to save our people as much as you do, but I'm fighting for the cause to fight and save them. What is going on? Where did Miriam come from? Where is Dad? What?
I don't know where he is.
And what happened for the 10 fucking years that I was gone?
Mira happened. Besides, like Lavinia, our father was the ruler. He was going to be the one to become the man of actual damnation. The ritual wasn't to bind the dragon. It was to trap him here so that our father Sandor could escape. I don't know where he is.
Can I just get a confirmation so like that was revealed?
Yep. V just revealed the truth.
Soren looks like his mind has just imploded.
I completely missed that because I was typing something. Oh my, I can't.
Nas, what's her name? V unveiled that the real reason Fandor did what he did with Miram was not to gain power or absorb his power, but for the express purpose of ensuring that Miram would become the Dark Lord of this domain instead of him, so Fandor could do whatever the fuck he wanted and go wherever the hell he pleased when the place fell. So, as a result, V has no idea where Fandor is, what he's doing, or even... I mean, I don't know what V knows and doesn't know, but it sounds like V doesn't even know what Fandor's endgame even is. Or even if he really has one, if he just wanted to be free because the place got shunted into the Shadowfell. I like this running theme though. Like, it started with, you know, all of us, and then I incorporated it into my backstory, how Cork didn't want to end up as a Lord of a Domain. Like, I love this running theme of, like, people being scared of accidentally becoming a Lord of a Domain and doing whatever they can to, like, not have that happen. Super cool. Thanks, Adam. Totally all intentional, right?
Does it seem like V is still hiding anything?
Oh, that can't be it.
Adam, if you're talking, we can't.
No, I was talking to chat. I mean, V, you know what to do at this point.
Oh, is that another insight?
I mean, you know it is.
Okay.
No, it is.
I swear, after all of this,
Doesn't seem to be.
you're kidding.
I don't know where he is. I just know if he's stronger and more evil than what is already unleashed here.
Is it at least true what you said earlier? That you truly hate Miram so much for the past 10 years that you'd rather destroy them than see if there's any chance of saving them at all? Or was there something else you weren't saying about that?
I hate that he chose to do this. I hate that he chose to destroy my home and my people. I hate that he, out of all the power he could have had, he chose to wipe the board clean of anyone that chose to care. I hate him,
Fandor.
but I need him.
Because it sounds like you were talking about Miram there, but the person you just described is Fandor. Fandor chose to do what
There's
he
no
did.
difference in this moment of Fandor and Miram. Fandor unleashed the dragon, and he was a silver dragon supposed to protect people, and he chose to kill, to corrupt.
Wait, so you're saying Miram chose to corrupt himself? I thought Fandor performed the ritual and corrupted him. What choice would Miram
The ritual did not corrupt him. It bound him here.
So, Fandor bound Miram to one place, a silver dragon. And he looks to Astrid and he said, and you told me to say dragons aren't fickle. Miram, a silver dragon, after being bound to a land, instead of seeking out help or speaking with the people, decided to roam the lands for 10 years, destroying everything in his path, as revenge towards one person, Fandor, who got away afterwards.
Jim, I am saying that correctly. He was already undead when he was brought here, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And any there are very few methods for a dragon to attain undeath. Some of them good.
That would have been pertinent information. Just to.
That's about. I'm just wanted to clarify. I wasn't lying again, so I could tell
That's
you. That's
okay.
information.
That's
Yeah.
what we call a miscommunication.
He's scared to lie. Good. I know everything.
Okay, am I the only one
Yo.
that didn't know that? Like, no one else like knew. It's like, oh, Miram came back as an undead dragon. Like, I thought Miram was
no
just
idea.
a silver dragon
He
that like
this
was here.
entire time we've been claiming he's an undead dragon.
Yeah.
Right, but we thought he became an undead dragon after the ritual. You're saying like
He was
wasn't-
undeath before he was here.
Okay,
Correct.
that fucking changes everything. I mean,
So-
obviously, I still hope
Kind
that
of.
we can save him, but I mean,
There are
but
chose
then
this
by
path.
your own, you know what? With that admission, if he was undead before he got here, then how could you say that it was his choice? How does an undead dragon have any choice in anything?
Because I have a choice.
You know
Oh.
what? That's pretty fucking okay.
Oh.
Well,
oh
when you put it like that,
Oh.
Wait. Wait. Hold up.
there's a lot of stuff getting thrown around here today. So V does count as undead.
I do.
hmm Always has.
I always have.
Wait.
Yeah,
Oh
we
wait,
knew that.
I haven't cast Turn Undead this entire time, have I?
You have not.
Nope.
But wait.
Don't,
You
don't worry,
can't
we
haven't-
knew that.
I think I take that back. I think you did in the initial fight in this domain, like with the horde,
Oh yeah, I did.
but it was V was out of range. She was like over on the other side.
Yeah.
I was rushing back to the gate at that time.
Wait. Does this mean every single Cure Wounds I've ever used on you hasn't worked either?
No, they
No,
were-
no. Cure
there-
wounds.
there's
No,
still
there
that
is
have.
part.
there is a specification.
That's
in
a
their
3.5
thing
rule
that
where
says-
healing spells don't work on undead and
Yeah.
they actually hurt.
Well,
Yeah.
no. It's the spell has no effect on undead or constructs.
Player races don't count into that. If they
Yeah,
did,
right.
Warforged
Okay.
would be fucking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Warforged would be the worst race too. So
Warforged are
Painful.
It does work. It does.
Yeah,
it does-
Warforged is considered a humanoid. He's
It
not actually
would.
a construct.
It would it is considered working on player races, but there is no player race that is just a construct, and the one that is specifically says Cure Wounds works.
You mean
on
the
it.
new one, the Autognome?
Yeah,
mhm.
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it specifically goes out of
Yep.
its way
And-
to specify that
I
Cure
believe.
Wounds works on it.
Yep, I got the book.
Okay.
Um,
I just wanted to clarify that.
yeah, no problem.
Okay.
I knew that we knew that V was undead
So,
already. I
yeah,
was just
by
kind
the
of,
way,
like,
that
catching myself.
lantern also turns.
Oh, so this lantern. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, it's just
Wait,
pretty
so this
much always
lantern
one.
has. Okay, so this.
Hold on,
this-
hold on. I want to get
so
my
this lantern is
response
just always green. Got it.
out. I want to get my response out.
it's green again. Yeah,
Mhm.
right there.
Um, Soren kind of says, be that as it may, you and I are both aware that there are many ways to bring someone back from the dead, and many ways to take away their choice in that matter. I myself can raise undead to do my bidding in battle. You think they have a choice when I bring them back? Do I blame every star spawn in the Far Realms right now for being insane when I'm standing here and living proof that they can be turned sane and given their own lives if enough effort is put into it? Can I blame all of them for doing as they are now that I know that the madness from that beginning realm is what drives them to do those horrid things? Can we fully blame Miro for everything that they've done? Or is it Fandor that's been making them do it? Fandor that resurrected a dead dragon to do all of this.
My father is many things, but he does not have the power to create a dragon of undeath.
So what brought even more reason to investigate? What resurrected Miro?
For all sense that I care, he did it himself. For he also divided his essence so that he could not die. His body, his shadow, his essence.
So we go around and take out Mirum, absorbing his essence into your sword, and you use that to take out Fandor, wherever he may be, whatever he may be doing. What happens after that? If we go off the logic that we don't know where Mirum came from, why Mirum's undead, you just carry around Mirum's energy in your sword forever, dooming it to that existence inside of that sword? Does Mirum deserve that after everything that they've been through? Being raised against their will, their death being ruined, being forced into 3 different forms to terrorize this land against their will? Who else is trapped in that sword?
The dragon's blade will always slumber when the dragons are no more. My blade will sleep, and his essence will be gone.
I'm not even going to do an insight roll on that. I'm just going to take your word for it. Unless anyone else has anything to say, because I still think there's a lot that's been going unsaid here that we still need to cover. Still means we have to figure out what happened, what that ritual was, who Mirum was. Could provide invaluable information that could make this battle a hell of a lot easier on ourselves than just running in with what we've got on our backs right now.
Before that, what happened with them? With him? As she looks down at the child in Nazra's hand.
V takes off her gauntlet for the second time this campaign. The first time she did this, she was showing Soren of what she had become. Up to about her elbow is entirely charred bone with a melted golden ring on her finger. They are my family. They fell with me. I hold out my hand to my son.
If he reaches forward, Nazra will let go of him and let him go to V.
He's hesitant. And as he kind of slowly walks forward, V, you can't help but see the tatters, the bits of him that fell away with every step you took down that path, with every lie that you backed yourself into a corner, with every silent cry for help.
I just
And-
fall to my knees and try to hold him. Knowing my hands will most likely go straight through.
And with all of that, we're gonna go ahead and end it this week.
The
What?
emotions. Okay, can we really quick before we do anything
Mhm.
You
do a little bit of a
bastard.
recap because that was a lot. That was a lot.
just-
And I'll be honest, even though I was here listening to all of it, I'm still kind of at a little bit of a loss, and can we just do a little bit of a recap of everything that just got revealed?
You mean
Mhm.
the fact that V is definitely still totally hiding stuff? But yeah, sure.
We just took 4 hours and 20 minutes to cover 2 hours of time. What happened?
But it was so good though.
Oh yeah, I know.
I don't know if
James.
it's good because I have no idea what happened. So
I did what needs to be done.
James, how you feeling, buddy?
I am still being lied to. Fuck.
So,
To throw out a couple things, by the way. For starters, I had inclinations that was her family. Was able to assume, but Atrum didn't know. Also throwing out there, he saw the tatters on them long before V saw them. He was kind of trying to save them too. He knew she wasn't gonna take them if he didn't let her. But V was also lying, so information.
Bastard.
Yeah. See where
Because-
lying gets you, huh?
As much as you all are confused by the amount of lore that just got dropped, I'm riding a very fine line of how much did we say versus what was kind of hinted versus what is still hidden. So I am not going to do any kind of
Alright,
recap myself. I will leave
guys, I've
that
gotta-
to David.
I believe at the very end, everything that has been said is now public knowledge because of what I guess, confessed to at the end.
Yes.
Essentially, everything that we explained in meta knowledge, V said at the end there.
Right,
Yes.
but there's still more stuff.
Which
Oh,
is not
yes.
why I decided to do that. I decided to
Of
do
course
that
there's
because I knew
fucking
V
more
was
stuff.
lying.
I am trauma wrapped in trauma with no fucking head.
Yeah. So what I would ask, David, throughout the
Yes,
week, would you mind just kind of throwing all the information together
Yes,
as
dear.
to what is currently known? Because I don't want to throw out anything that I shouldn't.
You know what?
Yeah.
Okay.
David, love you. I appreciate you. But we're in the middle of your domain, and if you're trauma wrapped in trauma, it's gotta come out at fucking some point, Because
Yeah.
we're getting dangerously
I'm
close
giving
to
it to
dealing
you.
with
I'm
everything.
giving it to you. My
You know
brother
you
is
haven't.
right.
You
Fuck
don't
You know
holding
what?
back. You've given
Let's-
us 10% of an 150%
Let's-
pie.
But
Let's
what's
be
that?
honest here. This is my fault because I gave a very basic description of what I wanted the domain to be, and I let David have his whole own side of this. And then I just disappeared for 10 years. So
Domain's gonna be so fucking underwhelming compared to yours.
I will be right back.
so
Feel free to talk amongst yourselves.
sorry, Josh and Chris didn't.
Oh boy.
I am
So
I am so sorry.
that did not go how I thought it was gonna go, but I think it went well, and I hope you all enjoyed. We're gonna go ahead and send you on over to the Legends of Evantris. It looks like they are having a boss fight, so all of the combat that you didn't get with us, get with them, and I hope you all enjoy it.
I don't think he does either.
Forgot to mute
He knows
himself.
now.
It sounded pretty good though.
Oh, look at him on stream.
Alright,
all
so-
high and shit.
Questions. I'm assuming there are many.
Why would you lie about the kind of dragon but not. Why would you lie about it being a silver dragon, but you still made it a metallic dragon?
I can't
Metallic
believe.
dragon.
You said it was a silver
that
dragon.
this
You
was
lied and said
Astrid's
it was a
first
bronze
rest
one.
with us.
Yeah, I am
well,
so
what
sorry
purpose
for
does
Astrid,
that
dude.
serve?
The purpose